Welcome into the DNVR Avalanche podcast presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Use code DNVR when you sign up for a new account to get amazing odds boosts every single day. It's free agency day. No doubt we're going to get incredibly busy in about 30 minutes here, but why wait? We're already at a point where we can have a good little chat about the things that the Avs have done early this morning, getting not just Darren Helm re-signed, but also Josh Manson. Obviously, Manson being the big one there. Helm back just for the 1 year at $1.25 million, the exact same deal they gave Andrew Cogliano. And then Manson coming back for 4 years at $4.5 million to round out that defense. How's the initial reactions to the Josh Manson deal?
I like it. I mean, it's he fit in so well with this group on and off the ice. At that number, I mean, your 1 through 5 is set. I know we'll get into some conversations here a little bit later, but theoretically, your 1 through 5 is set for the next 4 years?
2.
Definitely 2. Yeah.
Yep.
Taves. Yeah.
Yep.
The thing is, though, is that this is like so the 4.5 is, God, I feel like I say this on every deal this year, but about $500K more than I would have liked. But the 4 years is the perfect length. The 4.5 really just doesn't bother me that much. It's like a touch high, but it's just Eric Johnson's contract comes off the books next year, and I'm just like assuming that they're just going to be like, well, we're moving on, and they're not going to be like, bring him back for 3 more years or whatever, you know? So, I'm fine with it just because we saw how good they were, and it guards against a little bit of injury, and essentially they have 2 second pairings now.
Yep.
The only thing, like really the biggest problem with this deal is that they prioritized this one spot on defense over your second line center. So until they get the second line center question answered, that's your biggest question. And you decided that replacing Jack Johnson in Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Finals with Sam Girard was more important than trying to figure out who your center is. So, you know, and that will, like, that decision will get made either today or in time here. So we'll know kind of what route they're going. But we talked about it yesterday that just signing Josh Manson would take them out of certain conversations at center. Sure. And honestly, if I don't look at the contract, or really if I just don't look at the money on it, I don't know how you're not thrilled about this. Josh Manson was a great fit in Colorado. That's the best hockey he's played in years. Can he sustain that? It's a fair question. He'd been on a bit of a decline for a couple of seasons. He looked rejuvenated in Colorado's system where he got to play a little more freely. He had some bad games, but I'm of the opinion that Colorado's defense is still the best in the NHL, and it's now only going to get better because Sam Girard wasn't very good last year, saddled next to Jack Johnson. Now that frees him up to be in a situation he's going to be better in. And Bowen Byram is probably going to get a lot better because, you know, rookies do that.
Well, and you feel a lot better with, you know, when we were having the PK Subban conversation yesterday, and we were talking about if you start running into some injuries, is that really a guy that you want to be sliding up your lineup if you have to? And now with Josh Manson, I mean, I think you feel pretty comfortable doing that.
Yeah.
If you need to. It's one of those moves that, I mean, kind of like the Kadri thing when he got here. It just pushes everyone down. Not everyone, but, you know, just it settles in everyone where they should be. You're not going to have anybody that's being overextended, being asked to do more than what they're capable of doing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
It's I think it's a pretty standard contract for a player over 30, where you look at those last 2 years, particularly the last one when he'll be 34, and you wonder a little bit. You're not expecting him to completely stay at this level. You do expect that to fall off, but as Jesse said, they're set for the next 2 years, and over the next 2 years, there's no reason to not think Josh Manson will be at worst super solid for the Colorado Avalanche. I think you can continue to have the conversation, as we can also bring Helm into this if you have any thoughts. The Avs do continue to overpay just a smidge for guys, but we did get a super chat from Moisters for $2 that says the cap is going up. So, you know what? You get a little bit of flexibility there with marginal overpays at worst.
Yeah, with a 4-year deal, is the cap going to go up fast enough?
That's the question.
For it to really, for it to matter on this deal. Like, you can't look at every single deal that gets signed and go, well, cap's going to go up over time, so eventually this will be fun. Like, Nichushkin's deal is an 8-year deal. Yes, the cap will go up over the next decade. So that deal will age a lot better, but across a 4-year deal, how much is the cap going to go up? We don't know. I'm fully waiting for. I fully expect that in the next 2 or 3 years, it has like a $10 million jump, and it's all good. If that happens, and it happens just in time for the Devon Taves contract, perfect. Then it's all good, dog. No worries. But I don't know. It's just not something you can continue to sit back and be like, the cap's going up, fam. Like, yeah, Darren Helm signed a $1.25 million deal. Well, the cap's going up, so it's fine.
I mean, everything's fine until it's not, right?
Yeah, I mean, 1.25. I mean, they give 1.25 deals to Cogliano and Helm. Really, would they have said no to $1 million?
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, they would have gotten 1.25 at least out on the open market, no doubt.
Yeah, and would they have left over 250K?
I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe.
I mean,
Would they have been that hard to replace? Those are the only guys in the league that can do that job.
Well, the other side of this convo for the Avs is they have roughly $9.6 million left to sign Arturi Lehkonen and to sign whatever other forwards they're going to sign in free agency. So that's where the Avs sit heading into free agency proper now.
Yeah, and like we've talked about Lehkonen getting a multi-year deal and stuff, but you know what we haven't talked about is what if that guy just takes his qualifying offer?
Which would be amazing for the Avs if he does.
His qualifying offer is $2.3 million. Now I know that makes him a UFA at the end of next season, but as we're seeing right now, it's not the hardest thing. It's not impossible to keep some UFAs around if you've got the money.
You get 1 year here to sign. If he signed his QO, the Avs would have about 7.3 to go out and get a 2C essentially.
Yeah. So if you sign him to your qualifying offer, 2.3, I mean, I understand it's not ideal. That's not like the thing that you love, right? Just walking that guy to free agency's door and being like, "Hello, gigantic payday."
Yeah.
Especially when you're planning to put him in your top 6 and give him the statistical boost of a
Every
lifetime.
opportunity ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So depending on what he's asking for in a multi-year deal right now, if the Avs want to kind of dance with the devil a little bit, $2.3 million qualifying offer is something that you can absolutely roll out with Lehkonen and just be like, okay, maybe, and then maybe instead they give him a 2-year deal and they buy out 1 year of free agency, and instead of having all these long-term contracts on their books, this is kind of their approach to it. They've got a couple of these guys. They say, hey, here are core forwards. you know, we'll build around these guys moving forward.
So, just real quick, this is my good buddy Harry here. He's from Toronto. Big time Leaf fan. He's actually like probably the main reason why I do this job. This is basically just what we did every day in high school. So he's gonna hang out with us today. He's gonna have some Canadian opinions on what's going on with the Leafs, and we're waiting for free agent frenzy. We have a ESPN, the TSN stream queued up. And picture of Jack Campbell, and it hurts a little bit for Harry.
Yeah, you guys, Nathan and AJ, came in last.
That mic is not on.
Oh, sorry.
Is it really? Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
What about now? No.
Or it could just be background.
Nope. There we go. Now you should be good.
Okay, anyway, I was just saying, pleasure to meet you, Nathan, AJ. Knew Justin from high school. We pretty much did this every single day growing up. So glad just to hang out casually with you guys. I won't leaf up the podcast too much, just mostly along for the ride. Definitely.
And it turned off again.
And it's off. Just trying to meet the homies here. And
Yeah, right? Just trying to say hello.
Can't even get the mic to work, man. I tell
There
you.
we go. Now everything should be working properly. Yeah.
We're live. Well, anyway, I'll say it for the third time. Nathan, AJ, pleasure to meet you. Loved my time here in Denver. I went to high school with Jesse. I won't leaf up the podcast too much. Happy to talk anything. Mostly along for the ride, but if I can pitch in wherever, then it should be a lot of fun.
Well, I mean, that's what free agency day is all about. We're just chilling, shooting it, watching teams do stupid stuff. That's the whole plan.
Yeah, and I will say to you guys this point on Jesse and I were talking about it a little bit last night when I got in, but I think it becomes obviously easier and easier when you have such a solid core that you do in Colorado. The guys are going to start on the dotted line for a little bit less. Like those conversations get more and more realistic. You hear almost every franchise in the league thinking that they can get guys for below value that they'll take the discount whenever. But the only time that really happens is when there's a core group that is proven to win. And with the Avs getting over the top this year, all of a sudden, Lehkonen taking a qualifying offer, it's not an unrealistic conversation to have.
Yep. It does get very interesting. The Avs are going to very quickly enter a new era here where they're going to have to learn how to shed cap around the edges, depending on how things play out. But we'll get there when we get there. We do have two super chats here. One, $5 from Cody, who says, like the Manson deal, triple down on your strength and make Georgiev's job easier. Make the next move more a middle 6C rather than a true 2C, right? We'll see. We'll see what the Avs do in maybe 15 minutes here, or maybe they'll wait until the end of the day. You never know.
Yeah, we might have some time here. I'm really curious to see what the market does with all of these like okay middle sick guys that just flooded it in the last couple of days. Well, where does Dylan Strome go? If we're gonna talk about a 2C option that could fit in under a $4 million price tag, Dylan Strome should fit that, right? Like, does he become a more realistic option now after all the moves that you've made already?
I mean, to me now, that's the guy that you have to be like, not that guy, but that type of guy. Assuming Lehkonen doesn't just take a QO, which I hadn't actually thought about that. You guys make some interesting points as to why maybe he would. But assuming he doesn't, I feel like you have to be looking at a Dylan Strome type guy, right? Where it's like almost kind of like the Georgiev thing where it's like, hey, you're a little bit unproven, but you could probably get away at 2C.
Yeah, I think you're in the hope range right now. Like you're not gonna fill that void that Naz is gonna inevitably lead. He had a career year. He's gonna hit the absolute jackpot, you assume, in a couple hours here. And the other guys, you kind of hope that their warts kind of get left wherever they came from, and that they're a good natural fit with, again, a good culture here. But you just never know. I mean, Strome's left a lot to be desired everywhere he's gone. There's a reason. Yeah. I mean, still good, but I think if you talk to the guys in Chicago, there's it wasn't what he was signed for. Certainly, when
What
he was
guys in
drafted.
Chicago?
Good point. Taves, if he was around the rink, yeah.
The guy that is left.
Yeah, but all these free agents right now that you're kind of looking at are, just kind of in the hope range of, hope it's a good fit and that your culture kind of takes it over. But, I don't think there's a perfect guy you can slot in there.
We do have one more super chat from Rob saying, let's not discount a random Sakic trade to fill 2C. Thank you very much, Rob.
Yeah, the big thing with the trade route is just that it costs assets. Like, and what do the Avs have to trade right now? A bunch of like blah prospects on the farm. Their 2023 first.
Yeah, I was gonna say your 2023.
Yeah, that's about the only real value they have.
And then Sam Girard.
Yep.
And I guess maybe we can wait to get into the Sam Girard conversation. Like, I don't know, and maybe you're gonna make me look dumb when I say this, but like, would you not want Sam Girard on the Toronto Maple Leafs tomorrow?
Yeah, no, he's a great player.
I don't.
Yeah, I guess Comfer. You could add Comfer to that list too.
How much value does Comfer really have compared to Girard, though? I don't think it's a ton.
He's got a $3.5 million worth of value.
That might make him have less value.
See, I don't know. He had a good playoff. Like, I mean, to me, I think the teams you're always looking at on a day like today to do something dumb are the teams that they think they're close. And like I'm trying to think of a good example here of who's a team.
Sometimes the best thing you can do in free agency is not screw your team up.
Right. Right. And like I'm even thinking with like a trade. And now again, you guys know I'm a big JT Comfort guy, but and maybe not Nashville, but a team like Nashville, I can see being dude had a great playoffs. He's got the playoff grit to get us there and make some dumb trade for a guy like that. I feel like that's what you're banking on a day like today.
Yeah, that definitely would be what you're looking for. It's going to be interesting how it actively plays out. At the end of the day, the real expectation is you're expecting the Avs to go out and get at least one forward still today in free agency or over the next couple days or whenever they decide to do it. With Manson signed, the only real hole they have left is it's really 2C, but how they fill that hole may depend on what they want to go out and get and what they end up paying Lehkonen. So
the other thing too, old friend Adrian Dater did point out, it was either this morning or last night, to keep in mind, you don't have to be under the salary cap today. You can, I believe, go up to 90, but it's by
10% above. Yeah.
So about 8 million. By opening night, you have to be back below 82. So I guess it's theoretically possible the Avs can make a couple moves today that put them over.
And leave themselves more work to do.
Yeah. And which honestly, I'm kind of hoping because that way it gives us some stuff to do over the next month.
A couple shows. So we can at least keep things interesting.
Well, I think historically the only time you really see teams pushing over the cap is if there's a immediate LTIR person in mind. Yeah, I think most GMs say I'm good here when they want to leave this day. Like no one wants to walk it back a little couple million.
Vegas is the only one I can think of that did it like voluntarily a couple of years ago where they
it just puts you in such a limited spot because every team in the league knows you have to shed something.
Yeah. It's so true.
They're not going to give you anything for that guy. So it does get tough.
Vegas is the other one today. I'm really curious to see what they do.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing I was going to say is the most quote unquote dangerous teams to their own fan bases right now are the desperate GMs, the GMs that are probably going on the chopping block saying that this year I have to hit or I'm fired. I'll sign some deals that I'm probably not going to see at the end of anyway. And if it sticks, I get to keep my job. And if it doesn't, I'm kind of in the same spot I was at earlier. So I think those teams are, always quote unquote the most dangerous to their fan bases to kind of either go for the home run trade or sign a guy to way too much term.
Yeah.
We got $2 from Miss Truly here saying, good morning, girding my loins for the frenzy. It always pops off in the first 15 minutes, and then there's nothing for 3 hours. So steel yourself for boredom.
It's gonna be a day.
I
Tell him, Kirby.
I got a reply on a tweet asking about, and it was a genuine question, and it made me laugh. Not because it was a bad question, but just because of how silly it all is in the NHL. They were like, "Hey, so I'm just trying to understand. At noon, is this the first time that any team is allowed to talk to any player?" It's like, well, technically, but they've all been having very quiet conversations with their agents for the last week.
Yeah, it's amazing how on 9:05 or whatever it is local time, they figured out 25 pages of legal contract, some complex bonuses, some play-in incentives, all in about 5 minutes. Like,
Wow, that was the easiest negotiation
yeah, that's
ever.
incredibly impressive. Well done.
How did you know every single thing that I wanted? Wow.
Whoa.
$2 from the real Ron Weasley for sure. I choose to believe that is Rupert Grint.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's definitely an Abs fan.
Big fan
for
of the
sure.
show. Big fan of the show.
So we are about 7 minutes away from kicking this bad boy off. Obviously, the big name out there is Johnny Gaudreau. There's also Claude Giroux, but it sounds like he's probably going to Ottawa.
How crazy. We talked about this yesterday. Like, how real is this Giroux and Ottawa thing? And now we wake up today and it's like,
Pretty real.
So this is happening.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep. So those are the two big names. Obviously, Malkin came off the board last night as he decided to stay in Pittsburgh. For
how disappointing was that just for today? Like, regardless of where he even ends up, like, just the fact that we got this close to a guy like Evgeny Malkin making it to the market.
Yeah, absolutely.
He should have done the should have found a buddy to sign with, and we could have had the Subban Stamkos moment again.
Yeah.
The craziest 10 minutes in free agency history.
Dude, I was working at Airbnb when that happened, and I was trying to keep it together, and I'm like in between calls, and all this happens at the same time, and I'm like...
You're talking about the Stamkos, Subban, all that stuff?
It was the Taylor Hall trade, too,
Taylor
right?
Hall was the other one,
Yeah.
That was fun.
Damn, a bunch of people are resharing the clip of the Manson save.
Yep.
Against St. Louis.
That was sick.
That was huge.
That was Chris MacFarland this morning. Keeping him from getting to market. What do you...
All right.
I was going to say something.
Go ahead.
I can't remember what it is now.
A lot of interesting goalie market stuff coming out. Looks like Thomas Greiss is going to St. Louis. Neat.
Yeah. Perfect. So you're not talking about a tandem of Binnington and Thomas Greiss.
Yeah.
Woof.
The goalie market still rough.
Sorry.
Yeah, you look my way on that one. It's north of the border is not great.
Yeah. So how do you feel about getting Samsonov? Does that make you feel better about Matt Murray?
Oh, wait, did that happen? Is that happening?
Yes. I mean, it looks like it's going to happen, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, similar to Binnington Greiss, like a duo of Murray Samsonov is not scaring anyone. You just hope that
upside there.
Yeah, and same with Murray. I guess when the worst part about the Murray deal is, especially for Leaf fans, we were laughing at Ottawa up the road signing that atrocious deal, and now the joke's on us because we have 75% of it, so we feel, obviously duped from that one. But we didn't need to fill the position. I like Murray at 2 years more than I like Campbell at 5 years for the same money, if that's what he's likely to make. I know Campbell objectively obviously is the better goalie, but
I don't think he is.
I really do. So this is, I've talked about it before. The friend that we used to think that Jack Campbell was going to be like Terry Sawchuk meets Patrick Waugh meets Dominic Hasek meets Marty Brodeur. meets Andre Vasilevsky. Like, that's what we thought Jack Campbell was going to be.
We had a lot of Jack Campbell stock in about 2012. We were buying.
Right after that WJC. Dude, I just don't know if he ever gets back to that level that he was at. Was it 2 seasons ago now?
Yeah, I mean, he had a very solid win percentage overall with the Maple Leafs, and it was a good team in front of him, but he definitely played a significant role in that. But what scares you, obviously, is the injury history and just still kind of his lack of games in general. I don't think he's at 150 career NHL starts. I'd be shocked if he was over 200 if I'm wrong about that, but it's just not a huge sample size. I know it's dangerous to say, at least with Murray, he's won 2 cups, albeit very far removed on a very good team. He knows how to get to the finish line if his body and mind will hold up between the years. But yeah, going back to like the overarching question, a pretty uninspiring group of goalies, Samsonov and Murray, you just kind of hope that one of the two are probably good, or at the very least healthy, and roll the dice, really.
I think Matt Murray's going to rule.
I don't know if he's going to rule. I just also think Jack Campbell's not very good.
Yeah, I also think Jack Campbell is about to fold like the French in Edmonton. It's going to get bad up in there, and it's going to be hilarious. And I think he's a head case, and he just can't handle it.
Really quick before the opening bell, sorry to cut you off.
No,
$7 from Mark, who says, do you think McKinnon gets extended today, or is that the last thing on your mind?
Definitely not the last thing. I think it's going to happen sometime in the next few weeks. If it happens today, not a big surprise. I think that they'll be fine.
And then 20 Swede bucks from Flats, who says, love from Sweden. Who do you think will be 2C?
I'm going to make an official guess and say Dylan Strome. I think they roll the dice on it. I think they get him for cheap. And going back, cheap. Going back to what you said, I think there's an allure of going to a Cup champ.
Of course. I mean, the core is right there. Like, it's very easy for them to go to any free agent today and say, you could be a part of this. You don't even have to play that significant of a role. You just have to be good, carry your weight, and like you could easily get back there again next year.
Yeah.
So I see chat talking about this. Meyer's contract only adds about $100K against the Evs' current cap because Cap Friendly has Lucas Sedlak on there for $800K.
Yeah.
So it really isn't a significant difference.
Yeah. Evan Rodriguez is actually the guy that I'm keeping an eye on today as the sneaky answer to 2C. So good job for Ben there. That's the cat that I've kind of been flying under the radar on, mostly because I forget about him as we talk about guys like Strome. But that is a conversation that I think is going to be really interesting if he continues to float out there.
Going to be interesting. As
that's one of those guys. Like that's one of those guys that you would say, hey, can this guy handle a bigger role? Analytically, he was awesome this last year, and I know that the goal scoring was really hot early in the year and completely fell apart in the second half of the season.
Well,
but
here we go. The starting bell has officially rung, so get ready for
guys,
some madness.
Eric Johnson's contract can't be restructured. That's not how the NHL operates.
The NHL has never allowed anyone to restructure contracts.
Yeah.
Also, there's only 1 year left, so.
Johnny Gaudreau. What does everyone think?
New Jersey.
No idea, to be honest with you.
You think New Jersey, eh?
Yeah.
I mean, that'd be such a huge boost for New Jersey. I just don't know. Is he from Jersey?
He's from Philadelphia, no?
He's from the part of where he could say he's from both.
Okay.
Tri-state area.
Yeah, we'll say he's from the area. Good way to put it.
And I mean, when they reference, family decision.
Oh, wow. Claude Giroux got a 3-year deal in Ottawa. 6.5. I love that deal for the Sens.
Campbell did get a 5x5 in Edmonton, as expected.
I just don't understand that you just continue to take Toronto's cast-offs and think that that's the answer.
Yeah.
They're just Toronto JV plus
Yeah,
Connor
it's-
McDavid and
dude,
Leon
it's a-
Draisaitl.
Weird.
Pretty good plus.
Yes. I don't know. So we were talking about the Jack Campbell thing last night. And like, again, so this is someone who've watched him up close for the last couple of years, watched him have a couple good years. And he was like, I'm not touching a 5x5 with a 10-foot pole for that dude. No shot. No shot on it. 5x5.
Yeah, I mean, I worked for the Maple Leafs for the last 6 years, so had the benefit of being in the building a lot. And God love him, he's an A1 human being, and I really hope that that's not a bogey of a contract. Well, I do because I don't like the Oilers, but not because I want him to have some peace of mind and not get obliterated out there. But yeah, his game, he's just not overly technically sound. He, when it's going well, he's fighting off a lot of pucks, but when it's not, they're going through him. It's, it's just, you wonder if you could hang your hat on that for 5 years, especially as he gets on the other side of 30. Like, that's a scary thought of 35-year-old Jack Campbell for $5 million.
Right. Head case is a perfect way to describe him.
Elite tweet from Filipovich here.
Basically, Filipovich's Twitter account.
Seriously. So 1 year, 1.8 for Samsonov to the Leafs.
Yeah, that's your, nothing. If you got to cut it, you got to cut it. Like, it's just a tryout, really.
Yeah.
That's a big get for the Senators, though. They rarely get guys to sign on the dotted line and unrestricted free agency up there. Obviously, there's a lot of local ties with Giroux being from Northern Ontario and quote unquote going back home. But that's a big get for the Sens.
Captain right away, right?
You got Brady Tkachuk.
I thought they were a captainless team. Yep.
There you go. An ex-Av. Apparently, Ian Cole going to Tampa. 1 year,
Really
$2 million.
weird.
It's a
You
weird
let
one
Jan
for
Ruda
Tampa.
go to market, and
get
you lose
Ian
Brian
Cole.
McDonough, and Ian Cole is your center point to that.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's a strange one.
Does not feel like you got better in any way.
It's a good thing he's out of Carolina, though.
Bro.
They got to make room for Brent Burns, apparently.
Yeah.
Well, I thought I saw Dallas. No, is it now looking like Carolina? I can't keep up.
That's the thing. It's
Yep.
both.
Ugh.
Welcome to free agency.
Okay, so you're now looking in an Ottawa top six that's got Josh Norris in it. So you're Josh Norris, Tim Stützle, Drake Batherson, Brady Tkachuk, Alex DeBrincat, and Claude Giroux.
Oh my God, I forgot about DeBrincat.
You can make that work.
Wild.
That's a
Yeah.
fucking hockey team.
Wild.
That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. Not right away.
And they have Cam Talbot, who's passable at least in net now.
Well, yeah, so you have Cam Talbot, but you also have, is this for real, Anton Forsberg, who's been really good since he got to Ottawa.
Dude, I don't think we've stopped to talk about the Cam Talbot thing at all in the last day. AJ, your tweet killed me because you're spot on. Bill Guerin comes out and I don't have to do shit. I don't have to whatever. And then flips Cam Talbot 1-for-1 for nobody, basically.
Dude, the peacocking that he was doing. And then all of a sudden it was like, yeah, so I traded Cam Talbot.
Yeah, dude. I don't know. That's a pretty legit little group they got going there in Ottawa. And then you got some pieces on the back end.
Tough thing is going to be the division. You got, the Leafs.
Yeah.
Still a good team. I mean, take them in the first round every day of the week, but still a good team. Tampa, Boston, Florida. It's like it's an uphill battle. The other two, Detroit, they're not going to be good again next year. Obviously,
that's going to at least be a wild card team, though, right?
You could, you could start to make the case, but there was such a discrepancy between the bottom of the Eastern Conference last year and the top of the Eastern Conference that there was almost like a 25-point gap that these guys have to overcome, and they have gotten a lot better. You wonder if it's enough. Naturally, some teams will regress too, so it's not like everyone just continues to get better all the time. But credit to the Sens. He's making some good moves.
Yeah.
Super curious what becomes of the New York Rangers in there. Is Igor Shesterkin just the greatest goalie of all time? Or does he fall back to earth a little bit like every goalie eventually does?
Or do they have to build an actual team around it?
And like, what do the Rangers do to try to build around all of that?
I think they got to figure out another way to win hockey games that isn't Shesterkin at a 940 save clip.
They have to possess the puck a little bit more, right? I mean, they were
We need a little bit
shelled
more.
every
a little
night.
bit.
Yeah, that's a lot of it, maybe.
Oh wow, Thomas Greiss in St. Louis. Great.
Yep.
I love that.
So where does that leave Huso now? St. Louis, not
He's in
Toronto,
Detroit.
not
Detroit. Yeah,
Oh, okay,
yeah,
excuse
yeah.
me. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, Thomas Greiss will be that'll be another sweep for the Avs in the postseason.
Hey, look, racists can be racist together.
Yeah, right? He and Bennington should fit in nicely.
Oh, is Grice? Is he shitty?
He had a pretty Nazi-fied mask a couple years ago. Wasn't
Really?
great. Yeah, wasn't great.
I've just always ever seen the Goblin or whatever it is on his.
He had the Grice mask with the
With the
SS
SS on
logo.
it. Yeah,
Shut up.
yeah. True story. It was bad.
Whoa.
It was a bad look.
No kidding, dude. They're talking about Jack Campbell right now.
Yeah.
Not to harp on it too much. And like Harry said, I'm sure he's a good dude. You don't want like bad things for him, the person. But that coming off the year that he just had, which I don't know, you watched it up close. It seemed like the wheels came off.
I mean, he definitely, I don't think was the issue in losing to the Lightning or even the issue in losing to the Habs the year before. So, I mean, we acquired him to be the backup to Freddie Anderson. Then he took over the starting role once whatever happened to Freddie. Same thing that he did in Carolina. But, yeah, I think obviously from his perspective, he's made around $6 million in his entire career so far. This is going to be his one chance to get really generational wealth. It's not to say that $6 million isn't a lot of money. It is, obviously. But, now he's going to probably end his career making, you assume probably he could push close to $40 million when it's all said and done. And that's just such a life difference of just generational wealth. So he had to go for it, obviously.
For him,
yeah.
Holy hell.
For the Oilers, you're hoping that you were an upgrade in net away from really competing in the West, which in my opinion they absolutely weren't. But and he was quote unquote probably one of the better goalies out there. But it was all pretty mediocre realistically. There wasn't an ace, to say the least.
Does Ron Francis just put a blindfold on free agency day and throw darts at a wall?
I don't get it.
The Martin Jones thing isn't official yet, but apparently they're chasing him for some reason.
Yeah.
And
That I get because Chris Treacher blew out his knee at World Championship.
Sure, but Martin Jones is the guy you're going after hard. Anyway, he also
fair enough.
Also just gave Justin Schultz a 2-year, $3 million-ish deal for reasons.
Yeah, after he used the expansion draft to load up on 700 defensemen.
Yeah.
And the only one of them he was able to move was freaking Curtis McDermott.
No, he moved Gio.
I mean, at the deadline, but yeah. But yeah, you look at that blue line now, and Alexiak, Vince Dunn, Adam Larson, Carson Soucy, and now Justin Schultz. Okay, it's fine.
Those are hockey players.
Justin Schultz helps Vince Dunn as the guys that are capable of moving a puck.
So what does Kemper get now that we just saw Campbell go 5x5?
That is the question. How much of the cap's going to pony up?
I was going to say the Caps don't currently have a goaltender, so how much space do they have?
I don't know if he'll get 5 years by term. I could see him getting 3 or 4. 5 seems like a lot for.
It'll be 32.
Yeah, he just seems like he's just a little bit older. But if I had to guess, I'd say 4 by 5.
Oh, I think he gets more than Campbell, right? He just won a cup.
He did, yeah.
This is the news I've been truly waiting for.
No, the Blues did not just do that.
Yes. 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 That is amazing. St. Louis is going to give Nick Leddy 4 years. Should have made it 5.
So bad. He was so bad in that playoff series.
And Blues fans were like, "Oh, Nick Leddy was great for us," and I'm like, "When?" Because in the postseason series against the team that won the cup, that dude got absolutely run through.
Yep.
He finished with like a 32% Corsi or some shit. And it's like, look, I understand that Corsi isn't going to be everything, but 32% of it goes their way. There's getting caved, and then there's whatever happened to Nick Leddy against the Avs. Dude just got destroyed.
He already can't skate, and he's going to be 35 at the end of that deal.
Nick Leddy is only 31. I thought that dude was like 50.
He skates like he's 50.
That's because he came into the league when he was like 20 years old, and he was just a part of big, high-profile teams over and over and over and over.
Straight up, when the Avs acquired Darren Helm last year, I was like, "Whoa, we have to like wheel this guy into the ring."
Dude, I thought Darren Helm was dead. I didn't even know he was still alive.
Right.
Yeah, until he scored that OT game winner. Like, all of Canada was like, "Oh, Darren Helm, good for you."
Darren
Yeah, we had no
Helm.
idea you're in the league.
So, a name that we have not thrown out there as a 2C name.
Here we go.
Paul Stastny?
You know, I looked at it the other day, and I was like, 2 years ago, maybe.
I was gonna say not at a 2C.
He's coming off of a great year. Just saying, it's his best year in a long time.
Like, Paul Stastny is the guy you could go get if you believe Alex Newhook is going to take that step, like, right
yeah.
away.
Yeah. One. Look, I think we actually even made this joke the other day. Paul Stastny has been like the ultimate career year performer. Every time he's got a contract up, it's like,
So
wow,
just give him a 1-year deal.
yeah, he just had his best year in 7 years. It's like, oh wow, coming off a 7-year deal, gets a 3-year deal. Wow, he just had his best year in over 3 years. It's like,
$5 from Peter saying, say there's a late day post presser Barry for casual equivalent trade again. Who's your creative answer to 2C via trade?
Don't bring up that trade. It's still too mean.
I will forever be salty about how that day played out. I was so mad about it.
what about
I really don't see how the Avs can make a trade like that happen again this year.
Again, that would have to be a Sam Girard.
Yeah.
Gets moved
And
for stuff.
We've kind of danced around the topic, but like, why would they pay Josh Manson $4.5 million to round out their defense, only to turn around and trade Sam Girard? I just don't see how it makes sense.
Yeah, and then take some of that money.
Right.
It's not all $5 million, and then whatever they get in return, they're not going to go out and spend all of that money on a 2C and then be like, okay, well, Jack Johnson on a minimum deal. Let's run it back.
Right.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, their decor just showed to be such a huge position of strength this last year, and just having that depth, and it just brings such a different element to what they do offensively. I mean, and again, like AJ, you mentioned it earlier, with that signing of Josh Manson, they're showing like we're going to just lean into that. And we'll fill in the fringes up front as we need to. We're just going to trust that our defense is so good that they'll.
Yeah, I mean, the best way to bank on Alexander Georgiev being good is to put the best defense in the NHL in front of him and be like, okay, no more excuses, kid.
Not hockey related, but apparently the Blue Jays just fired their manager.
Which, let me tell you, unbelievably smart timing. You're in Toronto on NHL free agency.
That's an amazing
timing.
point. Just squeak that out there, and yeah, people will realize tomorrow.
Yeah, whoever their PR person is, I see you and I appreciate you.
They'll get because Sportsnet tweeted it out. And it's like, yeah, that'll get buried in 5 minutes.
Jesus, dude, Pavel Zacha got traded straight up for Eric Howla.
Yep.
Unbelievable. This is the stupidest league in the world. Some of the GMs that are allowed to make decisions. My God.
My poor screen time.
Dude, well, just uninstall the app. On free agency day, you got to know better. Like,
would you guys say like more of like a hypothetical question, but if you could go around the league, snipe anyone's 2C contract out there, obviously we're not saying that this person's available, but is there kind of like someone out there that you would have said like, oh, like it would be such a great fit on this team if he became loose for whatever reason?
Phil Deneau, you said?
Yep.
Can I run back Palat's deal and put him on the Avs instead
I was
of
going to say,
find
yeah,
him for
Palat.
$1 million bucks?
Doesn't solve their problem.
$5 from Miss Truly. For whatever reason, Cat Friendly is super delayed for me. Is that what you're tracking? We're tracking everything. We got TSN feeds, we got Cat Friendly, we got the Twitter feed, we got Trade Breaker, you name it. We're all over the board.
Curtis Lazar.
Ooh. All right.
Oh. Yeah, see, this is always what we're about 20 minutes in. This is always like the first little plateau.
Reaching to a halt. Yeah.
Yeah, when we're talking about Curtis Lazar, that his name even got said. Tells you that we slipped it right in there.
ESPN is reporting Kemper 5 years with Washington.
25. You got Campbell's deal too.
What's that at 5 by 5?
Good luck, man.
I mean, $5 million doesn't sound too bad, but 5 years is.
And I mean, I guess that's how they do it, or that's how Washington was able to do it. Hey, we'll keep this AAV down, and we'll give you way more term than.
Yeah.
I'm still mad about Malkin.
It just would have been fun, honestly.
Right.
Trying to answer this 2C question from other teams because I really don't.
You're digging pretty deep right now.
Sorry, I didn't mean to throw a wrench into your guys' free agency enjoy. I was curious.
I mean Eriksson Ek would be an interesting conversation. He's a little. I mean, he's signed for an eternity, but at $5 million and given his two-way play, you put the offensive infrastructure that the Avs have around him. I don't know, man. He's pretty good defensively, and you throw a Nichushkin or a Lehkonen next to him, and then you give him an offensive engine, a Landeskog or a Rantanen. That'd be interesting.
A buddy of mine said Sam Bennett or Lundell, which I thought were two interesting names.
I like Anton Lundell. I think they're going to have to get rid of him, but I do like him.
All right, so similar hypothetical back to you, but for the Leafs, not necessarily 2C, there's one player that you could pluck within reason.
Yeah, it was Makar. The tough thing is that I don't think there's a golden position of need. Well, in net glaringly now, but it's tough because I don't think that they're one piece away necessarily from solving this weirdness of coming up short in every Game 7 imaginable. It'd be great to have a guy that could have a physicality element to him while being super productive. Like the Kachucks do come to mind in terms of just bringing kind of something different. Like we have some big bodies, we have some skill guys, we have some guys who can do that. We don't have.
They're too samey. The Leafs are too samey. You have a lot of guys I think that do the same thing.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I think it's why it gets easier and easier to play against them as series go on, because you kind of just clue into, these guys are kind of doing the same thing, going north south, and we can take certain things away from them. But I would say anyone that was just like a little bit more physical, because we've got the outright goal scorer, we've got the playmaker. The second line's okay with Tavares and Nylander, which is sad to say because Tavares is making 11, but oh well. And then the defense again is fine with Riley, Muzzin, Giordano. Missing somebody already, but obviously you'd like a stud goalie. We haven't developed a stud goalie since Felix Potvin, so
it's one more stud goalie than the Avs have ever developed.
Other than that, I mean, not a great answer. But I don't know if there's anyone out there that checks every single box like that, but anyone that could bring some top six physicality.
The guy for me, for you guys, was Val Nichushkin. If he made it to the market, I thought he was exactly what the Leafs needed.
Yep, when he's going good, he would have fit in perfectly for sure.
Yeah. The future ballers, the future stars.
What's that from?
The Alex Ovechkin when he went and did the youth hockey camp or whatever.
I've always wondered, what if all the big players all called each other and all agreed not to sign today? Like, you get to the end of today and Gaudreau's still a free agent. Whoever else is left at the top at this point is still a free agent because Giroux's officially signed. So I guess this is already dead. But
it's like collusion. Like they just decide, okay, tomorrow's your day, and then you get the next day, and then you get the next day. And you just
watch the NHL world slowly melt down as these guys slowly trickle in.
I'm telling you, man, it needs to be a reality TV show.
I'm here for it. Make every year the decision for every player.
I was telling Jesse and JJ yesterday when we were at Dev Camp, I was like, okay, what you need to do is you need to have a cell phone assigned to each team.
Just one.
Okay. And then they each have a time slot that they can call in. And so you see the Vancouver Canucks call Nazem Kadri. And Kadri's sitting at the table. He sees the Canuck phone light up. The camera cuts to the Canucks phone, and then he just whacks it off the table. Bam! The Canucks are out. Okay? And then if you get to the next round, you get a second round of burner phones. And then you just continue on with this. And then they start making actual pitches on the teams. Oof, Trocheck gets 7 years from the Rangers.
7 years?
7?
That wasn't quite what I meant.
Whoa.
My gosh.
That's aggressive.
So what? Andrew Kopp is still out there.
He's in Detroit.
What?
That's a good get for Detroit. I like Kopp. He's a good player.
Ryan Strome is unsigned, though. That's weird. I guess everybody figured out that he's actually kind of a baddie.
AJ's worst nightmare is coming true. Ryan Strome to Colorado.
God. Please, Dylan.
All right, just bring them all. Get all three. You can play Matthew in the ECHL. It's fine.
I saw somebody tweet the other day. They called them the Infinity Stromes.
That's pretty good.
I like that.
Wow, Trocheck, 7 years, huh?
Yeah, I like Vincent Trocheck.
You don't like him?
But what is that?
Wow. St. Louis just gave Robert Thomas an 8x8. $8 million for Robert Thomas. I'm not. This is from Fridge.
Oh my God. Awesome.
8.8 or 8.125 even.
Yeah, more than an 8x8.
Shut up. That is. You have to appreciate the Blues. They're always aggressive.
They're committed, that's for sure.
Yo, O'Reilly's going into the last year of his deal too.
Mhm.
Let's bring him back next year. He can be the 2C.
I was going to say that would be a pretty good name just to slot in there.
Mhm. Well, I was gonna say that's been the hilarious irony for me for the last couple of years. Like some of the guys that would fit in most perfectly down the Avs lineup now are Ryan O'Reilly and Matt Duchene. Womp womp.
Yep. Which I mean, just let Alex Newhook develop.
Right.
Yeah, I suppose we can have this conversation now. The bringing back of Cogliano and Helm essentially limits any opportunities for anybody other than Ben Myers to join the roster from inside the organization.
It just makes the fact that they QO'd Bowers even weirder to me. Like, does it matter that much? Probably not, but
because he's going to have to pass through waivers, isn't he?
yeah.
And I think he will, but it's
So
also
I think he will too, but like, where's he going in this organization? There's no room for upward movement for that guy now.
there's no room. Is there room for upward movement for anybody? Is the question.
Like, when injuries inevitably hit, whoever's the guy at the top of their list, which I assume is probably Maltsev.
Is it, or is it freaking Jason Megna?
Yeah, I get it. They'll play the veteran guy first, but every year at some point you're down 4 or 5 forwards.
Abe Kubel signs in Toronto.
Hey, there you go.
On the board.
You signed a waiver claim. Good job.
You signed a cup champion. Good job.
One by one. I like that deal regardless. Like for Nicholas Abe-Kubel, he was really good for the Avs.
He had 22 points.
He was really good in the regular season. I think that's fair.
And honestly, I liked his play in the playoffs. He just didn't produce anything.
Avs players just coming to the leagues historically scares me. If you go back to like Jeff Finger, John Michael Lyles, Ryan O'Byrne, Tyson Barrie, it never works.
Jeff Finger was your own fault.
Yeah. Jeff Finger was a self-inflicted wound there. Sign the right guy next time.
Yeah, that was always the rumor that he got the wrong guy.
No, oh my god, I completely forgot about that.
7 years, 5.625 for Trocheck.
How much was it?
5.625.
I mean, 7 years is still insane, but that's not like a terrible number.
See, this is what I'm saying. When we talked about the Nichushkin thing the other day, is you get term, you give up a little bit on AAV.
Yeah,
you don't get both. Val, selfish.
So it's a running joke now, the Kevin Weeks thing, that he's in insane locations.
Yeah, he was in the bathroom the other night. Like,
did you see Megan's post from Dev Camp this morning?
Yeah, with the Weeks in the corner. It was pretty good. $2 from Pin King. Kadri to the Blues. Just a question. Going to be a lot harder since they just paid Robert Thomas $1 billion.
Yeah, with what money? They can't even sign David Perron, and then they gave Nick Leddy a 4-year deal.
Yeah.
Perron's another one I'm going to be really interested to see where he ends up.
Yeah, I am curious what that market looks like. Like that feels like the most inevitable Seattle Kraken deal. Like,
yeah,
I guess, or like him or Burakovsky. Those feel like Kraken just waiting to happen. Guys that can score a couple of goals.
Berkey, yeah, dude. Poor Donskoy. That
How
was weird.
predictable was that shit for all of us?
Oh, the most predictable.
I don't know if I saw that coming. Like what ended up happening.
Obviously it's spiraled out of control, but
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that he was gonna go dry was not surprising.
Yeah, that he got out of Colorado, that he got out of being surrounded by a bunch of quality playmakers. He's no longer, just feasting on some free points there. He had to be a lot. He had to be the man, and it was just like, nope.
All right, so
Boy, there's a lot of justifying this Robert Thomas deal for a guy who did dick all in the postseason for them.
Yep.
that was so during the St. Louis series, obviously, you're around a lot of media and personnel for that spend a lot of time with these other teams. And that was one player I remember a lot of the St. Louis media kept saying, like, ooh, just wait. Once Robert Thomas gets going, that's going to even out this depth a little bit. And look out, Robert Thomas. And I think he had a decent game 5.
He had a good third period in Game 5.
Yeah,
and
he
that
had
was
one
it.
good period.
That was it.
And everybody, every bit of St. Louis media was telling us, like, oh, he woke up. He's now going to take over Games 6 and 7. He's going to take them over. And I don't even really remember him being in Game 6.
Man, that's an extremely reasonable deal for Andrew Kopp in Detroit. Same AAV as Trocheck, but only 5 years.
Yeah. Yum, grits.
Down goes Brown. Okay, honestly, the Leafs signing a guy who couldn't handle the Stanley Cup is a little too on the nose.
Yeah.
He's undefeated, man. He's such a good follow.
Need to follow Abe Kubel's fiance, Madison. She's great
Yeah.
Twitter.
She's awesome.
Great Twitter follow.
I'm actually going to miss her more than him.
Rare for the significant other to have a good follow. Like, I feel like that's always just a nightmare Mike Hoffman scenario where you're getting traded over your significant other and not contributing. But it's good to hear.
Yeah, no, she's great. Yeah, I think you'll like Knack. If he brings something similar to what he brought for the Avs, high motor, skates real hard. He got the penalties under control too.
Yeah, I think Dubas has had a good eye for those sneaky deals. I mean, a few have gone wrong, but Koss, Kampf, and Bunting were both really, really strong deals that played up and down the lineup. And, if he can contribute, sure. Like, pretty, again, low risk.
Yeah. Kasha. Were the injuries just, it's been the same problem that it's always been?
He was less injured than he was historically this year, but he's still, by normal standards, you described him as still injured as in terms of league averages. Went in the lineup and going, he was really, effective, but he's got one of those bodies now that is just on the verge of breaking and he just skates blindly into some weird areas, and you hold your breath every time that he's on the trolley tracks, and he's just gonna have his career laid out in front of him. But yeah, I mean that's always what's been known about him.
We have $5 here from Matt saying, "Hey gents, it's your boy from Ontario that left his family in Cali on vacation to watch Game 1. Just wanted to say hello and keep up the good work."
An all-time great story.
Yeah,
For sure.
We're hanging out upstairs in the bar after the game, and he comes up and he's like, "My family's actually on vacation in California, and I bailed on them to fly here, go to Game 1, and now I'm flying back tomorrow to rejoin them." Best vacation. Oh, man. Johnny Gaudreau goes to the Islanders. I'm not going to know what to do with myself.
Oh, God.
Oh, is that on the table?
Supposedly.
Excuse me. All right. We
Oh
made
my
it through the
God,
first
dude.
35 minutes. Now we get to settle in.
We got Denver Biscuit Company for breakfast, and this is incredibly good.
There you go.
Loving it.
Mm-hmm.
You have to fully embrace the chaos at Denver Biscuit Co. Because like I've gone there before with like people who are like, I just want something a little bit more basic. Do they have anything just like pretty plain? It's like, no, everything's got sauce and dunk, and it's got a drizzle. It's got a
Sauce and Dunk would be a great nickname for an era for of an NBA team.
sauce and dunk.
Like, can this be the era of the Sauce and Dunk Nuggets, please?
I mean, it works with a nugget. I think the math adds up there.
Yeah.
Like the Lob City Clippers were awesome. I'm ready for Sauce and Dunk Nuggets.
Rudo, how you feeling?
I do feel better. Like this cough is still lingering. I've heard you hacking it up a little bit
I was
too.
gonna
over
say,
there.
dude, I've got like 2 weeks going on of this like post nasal drip at this point, and I'm just sick.
Yep.
Sick of it.
It's not going to go away. I know. It's going to suck.
Actually, I've been like, I was like shotgunning Sudafed there for a minute, and it seemed to help.
Yeah, I was eating Ricolas like candy for a while in Arizona.
Ricola. All right, let's see here. What do we got?
Not a ton. It's the quiet moment before the storm.
At least it's one of those years that you're not waiting for one guy to set everything off. Like, you know,
True.
like the Brad Richards year where you're just like, was it Brad or Mike Richards? Oh, Richards. I think it's Brad. Yeah. Yeah, and you're just waiting for him to sign for everyone else and every other domino to follow. Like, at least there's some other stuff hanging on, and it's not just up to one guy's, alarm clock this morning.
It is also it's fascinating how quickly the goalie market shook out. Like it went from
it was done before free agency even hit, basically.
Right. Just all the teams took care of their business, and I mean, really, it ended up coming down to Kemper, and like now on the day of free agency, there's really only one team left, like still on the carousel. There's one goalie and one team, and it's like, well, I guess you just this is the match.
How the math adds up. Yep.
Yeah.
Max Domi and Andreas Athanasiou signed in Chicago.
Someone had to.
Do they hate themselves that much?
That's fun.
I wonder how much they got. Man, the Canes really are getting Brent Burns. Insane.
Is that like actually done?
Draft pick, roster player, and prospect going to San Jose for Burns from Luke DeCock, who I don't know, but he's checkmarked.
Oh, I know Luke DeCock. All right, let's guess it. You said draft pick, player, and prospect?
Yep.
Let's pull up their cap friendly and see if we can put this thing together before it gets announced.
Max Domi to Chicago, that has to be purely like we want to be able to flip this guy at the deadline, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're signing like a future second round pick.
Yeah.
That's
like
a 50-game asset.
Yeah.
It was like signing Brian Boyle for a long time. It was just, that's just going to be a second at the deadline. That's all that is.
Okay, so roster player is definitely going to be Jake Gardner.
$5 from Connor, who says, in the 2019 draft, the biggest offseason day in Avalanche history between Kadri, Byram, and Newhook, it feels pretty monumental.
Wait. Say that again.
The 2019 draft, when they drafted Kadri, or rather Byram and Newhook, and then traded for
I thought
Kadri.
it said 2019 free agency, Kadri, Byram, Newhook. I was like,
That math don't add
wait
up.
a minute. I was like, did I have like a fever dream or something? What happened?
And then $5 from Bobby, who says, I absolutely love you guys. Best podcast in Denver. Thank you very much, Bobby.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Claude Giroux. I wouldn't sign here if I didn't think we had a chance to win a cup. I'm not saying we're going to win the cup this year, but the plan is to build on it and have baby steps for that. I mean, dude, like that top six is legit. Ilya Lyubushkin, Buffalo.
I like Lyubushkin. He, I mean, just meat and potatoes guy, but he's an NHLer. Like he's in the league.
Yeah. He's just. We were talking about him yesterday. I don't think he's a good fit for a team like Toronto, Colorado, that wants to get up and down the ice.
Yeah, but sometimes you just need those cheap guys that can fill in D slots 6 through 8 and be there either occupying the roster spot or if an injury happens that you have an NHL guy that can step in and that it's not just holding your breath at AHL guys. Like he's pretty established and he can hold his own out there, and he's a little bit more skillful than you'd give him credit for. People, when he came to Toronto and when he was playing in Arizona, described him as playing without a stick. Like they're like, this guy might as well just not have one. But he was I thought he was effective.
Arizona apparently about to sign a bunch of random veterans, including Nick Bugstad and Troy Stetcher.
Yes. Troy Stetcher.
$5 from Degro, who says, get to drive around today for work and hang out with you all. What a great day. Thank you all. Let's go Avs. Thank you very much, Degro. All right. Let's see what happens next.
The USA won gold medal at the IIHF Inline Hockey World Championships. They beat Czech Republic.
Baby, inline hockey.
So look out.
Mata to Detroit, apparently.
It was actually a pretty nasty little fucking goal. Yeah, that was sick. Yeah.
All right.
The Wings. I mean, I guess obviously if they go get a guy like Nazem Kadri or whatever. Well, I guess they did Andrew Kopp, so that probably takes him out of Kadri.
Yeah, that would be tough.
I don't know. But I thought they were maybe going to build a little bit more, taking maybe a little bit bigger step.
I mean, Yzerman's always been a guy to go slow and steady, right?
Yeah.
He's never tried to rush it.
Yeah, if there's a guy to do it there, it's Stevie. And they've got some great pieces. Like Maurice Sider, like he looks like the real deal Holyfield for sure back there. You got to figure out some of the core pieces that surround Lazar with a little bit more, but you're starting to see a loose framework come together.
Yeah. Yeah. That's that'll always be like my burning hatred about the 2020, the fact that they didn't get those last 12 games in or whatever, because the Red Wings were absolutely going to finish with fewer than 48 points. And it just would have been nice to not have the Avs have to carry that.
Also annoys me.
We've gotten this question a lot. $2 from Miss Truly asking, where does Lecky stand at this point? So the Avs gave him his qualifying offer. He's not signed anything, but the Avs retain his rights indefinitely for the next year. They will continue to negotiate over the summer. At some point, they will come to an agreement. A deal will get signed, and then we will know exactly what's going on there. But anything's on the table. They will continue to negotiate. The Avs have his rights exclusively. I guess theoretically someone could give him an offer sheet, but that probably won't happen. And then we have $5 from Editor Edward, who says pro inline hockey is a blast from the past. I remember when they had the pro league with the Denver Daredevils, had a birthday party at a game. That was like the ESPN league with the like ramped boards, right?
Dude, the beach league.
Yeah.
I've actually played with a couple guys who played in that league, older guys, obviously. They said it was wild. The ramped boards were wild.
Lucky's QO was $2.3 million. He's very, very likely to get more than that, though. So,
oh, yeah. What would you give? I mean, does he come in at 4? If you're giving him a regular deal, not.
Yeah, assuming you're getting decent term, I think anything under 5 is good. If it's like a 1-year deal or something, obviously that's a little bit different, especially because this is his last year. He's a free agent whenever his next deal ends, so likely to get paid pretty well at the end of this deal.
Yeah.
So we'll see, but it'll be interesting where it comes in at. Like, I really don't have a great lead on what Lecky could do. I could see it coming in at like 3, and I could see it coming in at like 4.75, anywhere in there, depending on how it shakes out.
Yeah, I want to know what Gaudreau's doing.
Gaudreau and Kadri are kind of the big two right now.
I want to know what Kadri's doing.
$5 from Colton saying, what do you think Landy is up to today?
Whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah, being a Stanley Cup champion, probably.
Yo, so the Avs posted a video from the parade, and it was some of the Avs social media folks, their cameras, their shots, and stuff like that. And there was one behind Landy when he took his shirt off and lifted the cup. You could see every muscle fiber in that dude's back just shredded out of his mind. Crazy. Crazy. All right, so ESPN just flashed the graphic across the screen again. Kemper 5x5 in Washington, but I haven't seen that anywhere else.
Yeah, I haven't either.
The only thing I've seen was specifically that they said it wasn't done yet. So
Right.
This is ground to a really weird midpoint.
Yeah.
Well, and
pretty early for it to be here already, but
yeah.
All right, well, that's the show. Thanks for hanging out.
Not even close. Not even close to done.
Yeah, no. Klingberg is another one.
That is an interesting one on the defensive side for sure.
Well, especially because Carolina was linked to him all year, and if they're going to actually trade for Brent Burns.
Yeah, they're kind of taking themselves out of that race.
Oh, Eric Comrie leaves. He went to Buffalo.
He went to hell.
Yeah, he goes from Winnipeg to Buffalo. How much does Eric Comrie hate himself?
It's the same place.
Eric Comrie is actually the most likable human being. Just a very... That's what I'm saying. Why would you want to go from Winnipeg to Buffalo? Yeah. Like, upgrade somewhere, dude. You're not stuck in purgatory.
Interesting. I am curious how long some of these bigger names will drag out. Like, will some of them go into day 2?
Yeah, and we do see this a lot. Like,
It does happen,
Kadri,
yeah.
I did not think was going to sign today. I thought Kadri would probably.
He was pretty upfront about how he said he was going to assess all of his options, and yeah.
AJ Greer signed by the Bruins.
Good for AJ.
Honestly,
Greer.
like that
Good
seems
fit.
like a decent fit. Yeah.
I said the same thing with the Islanders, though, and he was a terrible fit there.
Well,
So who knows?
yeah, the Avs have $9 million in cap, but they really don't because at least like 3 of that is going to Lehkonen.
Yeah. Whoa. Mikheyev signs with the Canucks.
Okay.
Yeah. Have fun.
Yeah.
Hey, Burns to Carolina is actually done. Let's get some deets.
Brent Burns and Lane Peterson for Lorentz, a goalie prospect, and a conditional third. Well, Sharks are only retaining 33%. So Carolina's still on the hook for like $7 million of Brent Burns' deal.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Poor Erik Karlsson. He goes there.
And they immediately fall off a goddamn cliff.
He's going to be the last one there.
Yep. $2 from Nick saying, can the Avs sign a wing and just have Landy at 2C? I mean, based on this last year, it'd be Mikko as your 2C, right?
How would we feel if they decided to really go all in with that?
I still think Mikko's at his best when he plays next to McKinnon. So I wouldn't love it, but it clearly functions. Like, I'm not going to complain about it if that's the route they decide to go.
Mm-hmm. If you do give Lehkonen that deal.
So did you see the details yet for Burns?
Yeah.
Lane Peterson, Steven Lorenz, a goaltending prospect whose name I'm not even going to try to pronounce.
I skipped that one real quick. I was like, no.
Conditional third, and the Sharks are retaining 33% of the salary.
Brent Burns just isn't worth that money, even at the reduced salary, man.
I wonder if the Strome brothers are making their decision together today.
That'd
I
be
wonder if they're
fun.
all like in the same house, like
That'd
talking
be
to their
fun.
agents. Like,
we were the original Hughes brothers.
yeah. And then the Hughes brothers ended up actually good.
Hey, Ryan was good. As much as you hate him, he's been a good player.
Sure. Super good.
What? I didn't say great. I said good.
Oh, he's just so good.
Oh my god. Why do you hate Ryan Strome so much?
I just think he's a bum.
A bum who has multiple 50-point seasons?
Yeah, I mean, playing next to Artemi Panarin is a gift.
He had one with the Islanders, bro.
Yeah, that was also.
That girl in the commercial just carrying a skateboard in the NHL shop commercial for some reason. Girl in a Blackhawks jersey.
Oh, Nick Milosh signed with the Flames. Old friend.
Aww. I would have actually loved him as a number like 7 or 8 on the Avs, but
he's a bum.
Where's
just
Big Z going? The guy. Where's who?
Big Z. Where's Nikita Zadorov headed?
He's a UFA too.
I was fully expecting that cat to sign with St. Louis like 20 minutes in.
Did you mention the McCabe one a minute ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
4-year deal with Vancouver. That's cool. What would I do if the trader came to Colorado?
Rangers just got Halak as their
No.
backup.
Well, he'll be better than Georgiev was last year.
Pretty low bar.
Yeah, when did Tyler Arneson retire? Like, when did he finally hang it up and stop
Like,
playing hockey?
From the NHL or like
No.
from? Oh man, it like probably like mid 2010s or something.
Let's see here. His last year. Oh wow, he only played in Europe for 2 years.
Really?
Dude, he played all over Europe. He went to the KHL, he was in the NLA, the NLB, and then he went to the SM Liga.
Wow. Yeah, 2010 was a year for him.
Yeah, he was all over the place.
Euro Halak.
Texas finishes his career with the Texas Stars.
No, the Rangers.
I feel like Jesse just has been tuning out
Yeah,
all of our
he's
announcements.
he's just looking at his phone.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Ooh, Nemesnikov going to Tampa.
That son of a bitch.
That's so.
I just hate how every Tampa move, you're
Not
just like,
club.
God, that makes sense. Like that, they're good down there.
Yeah.
Just every like they just don't miss. Like every single one I hear, Tampa move, you just hold your breath because you know it's going to be a good player.
No, it's who drafted him. Good old familiarity. Ooh,
Ben Sherratt in
Ben
Detroit.
Sherratt. That's fun. Just forever be bad. It's crazy to me that Steve Yzerman watched Ben Sherratt's postseason performance and said, yeah, that sounds good.
I wonder how much, like, they go get DeBrincat, Ottawa. I wonder how much that factored in Giroux, if he was always going to go there.
It certainly had to help.
Yeah, it didn't hurt for sure. I like honestly, I think Ottawa's one of the big winners so far.
Oh yeah, for sure. Of the offseason, not just today.
Right. Like the DeBrincat trade's not free agency, but still, like they've made serious strides in the right direction, I think.
Yeah.
I wonder if that war room is having just a low key conversation with them being like a perennial cap floor team, and the stigma with them. They said like, oh, we're like when we're ready to win, we're gonna spend. I wonder if they're teeing up one more. Like, do you throw a Hail Mary? Yeah, the Senators. Do you throw a Hail Mary offer at Nas? Like, do you try to get Klingberg out there or something like that? Like, do you just go for that one more piece and really just go for it?
Is it just like Melnick's kids that own the team now officially, or?
I think it's kind of like that same situation the Broncos were in, where now it's kind of a legal dispute.
It's in a trust.
It's up for grabs. All right, got it.
Why are you deep sighing over here? Great.
Can you give me something to enjoy?
Wow, Mikheyev got almost $5 million. That's crazy.
Pretty sneaky good player.
So you said that was Mikheyev?
Yeah, Mikheyev.
Where did he go?
4.75 from
Okay.
Vancouver.
Oh man, that I don't know. He's good at skating. He can flick a wrist shot into the goalie's chest with the best of them.
Yeah, is he really a 14% shooter? I don't know.
Yeah, just perfect free agency year. He's another one of our guys. I would have driven him to the airport. Nothing against him, but he's I don't think he's it.
Oh, Burakovsky in Seattle. Fun.
Is it
Really?
really?
Florida gave up first-round picks for both Drew and Sherratt. They got swept by the Lightning in the second round, and both just walked in free agency.
Oh. Ow.
A couple super chats here. $5 from Cody saying, any chance at a better seventh D? Just not very comfortable with McDermott as the next man up come injuries.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Avs always end up signing these like depth dudes over the next couple of weeks, right? They'll go out and pick a guy they like to be a seventh D type.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I
And
mean,
then
they did it last year through PTO.
yeah, also an option for sure. And then 469 from Neil, who says was really hoping
Ooh.
Trocheck was on his way to Denver.
Yeah, he was never leaving the East Coast. We talked about it, but he had too much interest out east.
Apparently, Gaudreau's either going to New Jersey or New York. So,
all right, let's see. I tell you what, Johnny Gaudreau next to Matt Barzal would be a lot of fun.
it would be fun, which is unusual for the Rangers.
Islanders.
Oh, did I say Rangers? Shit. Yeah.
I thought the most fun would have been for him to go to Edmonton and play next to.
That would have been fun. It'd been like the worst defensive team of all time, but it would
That
have
would
been
have
fun.
been. That's a chaotic evil.
Yeah.
answer.
Right.
If there's a team that needs an injection of skill like Gaudreau offers, though, it's probably the Islanders. Like 2 and 3 years ago, you're in Eastern Conference Finals, take a year off. If you can reload and get, a guy like that in there, I think it, Lou Lamoriello, interesting GM to say the least. But if he does go there, I think that could be a phenomenal fit.
Yeah. It'll be interesting because I don't know who the New York Islanders are anymore.
Yeah.
Like under Trotz, it was very clear what they were trying to do, and
I
now
don't think we know, man.
yeah. $5 from Will, who says, "What is the feeling of having Jordan Grosh being the 8th or 9th guy?" I mean,
Well,
look.
he's a free agent right now, so
Yeah.
right now that feeling doesn't exist.
Also, if you get past 8, like your 9th D is kind of just whoever your 9th D is at that point. Especially with the Avs who don't have any real promotable prospects right now.
Wish I could curl up into a ball that tiny.
Just try harder.
That is great advice.
Is it that time of the show? Should we doggo cam?
Ooh, there you go.
What up, Rex? He's just chilling.
No, he's totally vibing.
I always love that. Just barely in the sun.
Just enough to keep warm.
Yeah. Just enough to see it. Did we get to the $4.99 super chat? Did I miss that? The Jordan Gross?
Yeah, we got that.
Yeah.
We got that.
Rudo clean floor.
Yeah, look, all right. This isn't the apartment. The house has got to stay clean.
That was also what I was looking for. Is I was like, is this gonna be a floor full of ripped apart toys?
We're getting our carpet put in this weekend, so we've had to keep it clean until we get the carpet guys in here.
There you go.
Oh man.
Where'd you go for carpet?
Carpet exchange.
There you go. That's what we did.
Yep. We went like.
Is that where you exchange money for carpet?
So we
That's
went to this
exactly
other
what we
place
did.
first, and
Exactly.
they were like really bad. they like, because like Sarah and I have no idea what we're doing when it comes to carpet, and we're like, can you like point us in the right direction?
This is why you get hardwood, my man. I don't care about your
hate
dainty little
hardwood.
bitch feet.
Yeah, my feet are soft, man. I need the carpet.
Could not believe this conversation when I was asking him about hardwood versus carpet, and he was like, "My feet are too soft."
Yeah, it's true.
Adam Gaudette to the Leafs,
Yeah, he takes his
Yeah.
crystals to Canada.
and then Frank Vetrano to Anaheim.
Mm-hmm.
3 by 3.6.
He has soft feet too.
Man,
Oh
Still
man,
no,
kind of
still no Dylan
Vetrano's kind
Strome.
of a weird one for Anaheim to me.
Nick Bukestad.
Yeah, there hasn't even been like any word about Dylan Strome.
Like
I
Dylan
would-
Strome and Danton Heinen and Sonny Milano. Guys that we were talking about yesterday that they're apparently like plan C in free agency.
Yeah, so it's funny because like the tampering period made it so that everybody knew where everyone was going before today.
Yeah,
But it did also make like the first 2 hours of this a little bit more fun because there was so much happening. This is just kind of
yeah, we've entered the slow portion of the day
Right.
for sure.
I always want what's not happening.
569 from Neil, who says, could Kadri get a deal that is more based bonuses? Like how can they fit him and he still gets paid? Bonus doesn't count as cap. Bonus is weird with cap, but it's irrelevant because no, he can't get a bonus contract. You can only have bonuses in the NHL on an ELC or on a 35-plus contract. So bonuses are not a thing.
Those are he's talking about performance bonuses, but you could give him signing
You could
bonuses.
signing bonus, but
Those do count against the cap.
Yeah.
So can't do that.
Frank Vetrano was so weirdly good in New York.
He's always been like a solid, just rock solid good at a lot of things. Arturi Lehkonen
Is it done?
is signing an extension with the Avalanche.
Well, okay, we knew that. How much is it for?
I don't know yet, but it's nice to know that they decided to get this done so they knew how much money they had to spend.
Yeah, we have a little bit more of a solid idea there if we get the Lehkonen deal.
Oh my gosh, John Klingberg and the Dallas Stars are circling back to each other. That's
Don't do
adorable.
that to yourself, Klingberg. Get out of there, man.
That guy was like, I don't want to be here. I'm out. This fucking sucks. I'm over this. No, thank you. He gets into free agency, doesn't get the money he wants, and he's like, yo, Dallas.
Wait a minute. Maybe I do want to be here.
I see you missed out on Brent Burns. I also can shoot pucks into shins.
Could you imagine if he ends up re-signing there after all of that? After
Yeah,
all
that'd
of
be
that?
In the off season, you're allowed to be 10% over the cap, all the way up to. So if you're under about 90 million, you're fine with the cap. In the off season, you do have to be compliant by opening day, though.
So all right, so if they get Lehkonen done, which again, I mean, I guess we have to wait to see what Lehkonen comes in at. I mean, you're really talking about enough money for one more thing.
Yeah, obviously the lower Lecky comes in, the more flexibility the Avs are going to have, but it's just hard to say until we know the actual number.
Right.
You guys feel the need to address the face-offs at all? Because that was, if there was one point of, Well, especially at the 2C role, I think the Avs were a middle of the road face-off team at best. I'm not saying that that's the be-all end-all, but it just felt like for the center depth that you guys had with Mac and Naz, it just wasn't winning enough draws at times. Not saying that that's an overly huge statistic to put an emphasis on, but it's always felt like they just need a good face-off guy in there sometimes.
Nate's never. I keep waiting for him to turn into a good face-off guy. It just hasn't ever happened.
He needs to do the Crosby thing of where Sid just picks one attribute in the offseason and just gets really good at it. He just needs to drop pucks with Sid and Cole Harbor for 3 months and then just come back.
3 straight months.
Yeah.
And Brett Kulak re-upped.
Yeah,
in
stayed in Edmonton.
That sucks. I mean, when Manson stayed here, the Kulak dream died, but him staying in Edmonton is great for Edmonton.
I see chat talking about it. I will be shocked if Lecky signs for more than 3 or 4 years. Because that dude can sign a 3-year deal, continue to play well, the cap goes up, and then that guy can get paid.
Yeah, he'll be 30 at that point.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. If the Avs offered him a 5-year deal at $4.5 million, you'd have to just be like, yeah, okay.
Sure.
Realistically, how much more is he going to get?
I would love that deal if that's what it ends up being. I'm just saying from Lecky's camp, I'd be surprised if he really wants a lot of term here.
Well, we talked about that pool of guys yesterday, right? Who, because of the way that the RFA market ended up shaking out and a bunch of those guys being UFAs and that market being maybe a little bit oversaturated, are you going to see guys, do the shorter term to try to cash in here in a couple of years?
Yeah, Lecky does fall into that category a little bit for sure.
Right. Kulak is 4 years, 2.75.
I think that's a good deal for Edmonton.
Per cap friendly, a little over an hour into free agency, 38 contracts, $329 million signed.
Light it on fire, baby.
Good day to be an agent.
Yeah.
It's like the day to be an agent.
Sergachev signs an 8-year deal with Tampa. Crazy. He's never leaving.
You see this cap-friendly tweet? It says, to whoever massively scraped our site from 12:15 to 12:45, we especially don't appreciate this during a day like today.
Were they getting scraped, or was it just a DDoS?
Oof. 8 years for Sergachev.
That's like something I would do irresponsibly, but I love Sergachev.
Dude, Dan Milstein can retire after today.
Oh, he could have retired a long time ago. That guy's like cornered the Russian market.
Damn. Sergachev just signed with Gold Star yesterday.
Oh my
and then
god!
signed an 8-year deal today.
At $8.5 million AAV, are
They
you
gave
fucking
Serg
kidding?
8.5. Okay, I'm not that insane. That's a choice. The NHL is just hell bent on making the Cale Makar contract look like the greatest thing ever.
Dude.
I guess.
It's so funny because so many like salty non-Avs fans have been like, let's see how the Avs can do it when Nathan McKinnon's not on a sweetheart deal. All right, let's see. But also now Cale Makar's on a sweetheart deal because $9 million ain't shit anymore.
Right. And AJ, don't you know the cap's going up?
I have heard the rumor the cap might be going up. Although, on an 8-year deal, the cap going up is a meaningful talking point.
Yeah. I do something?
Yeah, we need the Gaudreau signing as a pick me up now. Let's go.
No, we need the Lehkonen deal so we know how much money we're playing with.
Also need that, but my expectations are low of getting that info.
Maybe I should try doing my job for a minute.
No, why would you do that? Excuse me.
Yeah, what's Rex's special talent?
Everyone who meets him thinks he's a puppy because he's so energetic, even though he's 6.
That's a special talent.
So I wasn't gonna be the one to like be a dick and say it, but I was like, that's a.
He doesn't really have a special talent
Okay.
beyond that.
Kirby, what's your special talent? He didn't even look at me, so that did not go well for me.
I don't know. What else can Rex do? He hates rolling over with a passion. He would rather die than roll onto his back. He hates water.
What?
Absolutely hates water.
Like drinking water or?
No, like a pool or a lake.
Oh, okay, all right.
I was on the same page.
Okay.
What's he
I
drink?
was too. I was like, that's really weird.
I just feed
Like,
my
what do you-
dog orange juice
I
every
was
day.
gonna say, dude,
Gatorade
like,
or?
like filling
Just
it up with Gatorade every day.
Actively
Like,
killing my dog by not feeding him water.
Yeah, so 6 is a hell of an accomplishment then. If it's had no water.
are you going?
Whew.
What do you guys think about this Mason Marchman thing? He
What was
blows
the
up.
deal?
He blows up in one really big year in Florida on like an absolutely stacked offensive team and parlays that into a 4-year deal with Carolina. I know
Well, it's good.
his analytics are like they're incredible. So I'm not going to kill it. I just I'm always curious about these guys that one really big year.
That's the ultimate risk take, right? Is that a repeatable year or is it the one-off from that guy?
Yeah.
I think he's the real deal. Watching him play, he's a huge body. He can skate well, shoot it, good offensive instincts. I think he's worth that money.
Okay. Did you feel that way 2 years ago?
When the Leafs traded him for, I can't remember who we gave him up for. So I watched him play a lot with the Marlies because I was down there at the same time as he was, and you could tell he was going to be an NHL. He had the skill set.
Oh, that's true. We do need a bad food take.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, did we ever get a good one from JJ yesterday?
Oh,
Was it?
dude. I think he's going to jump on at some point, so we'll wait and let him give it.
Oh my god. Okay. That sounds great.
Do you have a bad food take?
For me personally,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't enjoy any condiments, so anything I get's kind of like pretty plain in that variety.
Okay.
Chipotle mayo I could go with, but that's really about as crazy as I get in that variety.
Hey, there you go, Rudo. Some Chipotle mayo.
Put it on a burrito.
And absolutely hate pickles. non-starter for me. You gotta
My man.
None of these are that bad.
He's welcome to come back.
Like my girlfriend absolutely loves pickles, and so she'll just annihilate anything I pick off the burger in
Ugh.
that sense.
Yeah, see, I can't even have the pickle touch my burger.
Oh,
makes
really?
me-
So
It makes me queasy.
Yeah. We had a buddy that we went to high school with it because every now and then you go to Chick-fil-A and they'll accent because I get no pickles on the sandwich. They'll put them on there and you just pick them off, but you get the juice. He couldn't even do the juice.
Dude.
Ellie gets 8 years too. Tampa is putting themselves in turbo jail.
Yeah. Well, Eric Chernak's next.
Yeah.
Alex Stalock, 1 year with the Hawks.
Yeah, that team is going for Connor Bedard for sure.
Stalock and Mrazek, they're gonna. How mad are the Oilers gonna be when that tandem ends up better than what they had?
Wait, who's the number 2 in Edmonton?
At the moment, I don't believe there is one.
Oh, yeah, okay, I was gonna say.
I say the door's open for Smith coming back, though, isn't it?
I don't think he plays. I think he's. I think his body's.
He's done.
Mhm.
Let's see.
But Craig Anderson's out there. If Craig Anderson's out there, Mike Smith can be out there.
It's Stuart Skinner right now is their backup.
Dude, I can't believe I forgot Nino Niederreiter was a free agent.
Yeah, he's just sitting out there.
I completely forgot. That's ridiculous. I don't know about that AAV for Sorelli.
That's 6 1/4.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like a disaster, but
I think it's easy for him to live up to, but I don't know that he's ever going to be able to outplay it.
yeah, there's just not enough offense there.
Yeah.
He's so
He
good. John Cooper absolutely loves him. Cooper probably did the negotiations and just said, whatever you need.
Ooh.
Thank you. I don't think that we'll see a Byram extension this summer because if you were Bowen Byram, would you take one?
Bet on yourself, kid.
Yeah, he was so good in the playoffs.
The Pens just added Dustin Tokarski for some reason.
Give us one of the big ones, cowards.
Dude, it's like the top of the market, like nothing.
Right.
It was Claude Giroux, which everyone already knew was going to Ottawa, and that's it at the top.
The longer Gaudreau goes unsigned, the more I think it's with the Islanders, given what happened last year, where the Islanders signed 8 guys and didn't announce it for 4 months.
Yeah, just kept it quiet.
That annoyed me.
It really pissed me off. The shot and like just the sheer amount of arrogance to do that.
Right.
Yeah,
Like you're above protocol that everybody else adheres to. It really frustrates.
Lou has given me a lot of reasons for me not to like him. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. Me too. If Devon Taves hadn't landed in Colorado, I'd still be angry. Now you got to stop adding Ben Myers to the roster without taking Lucas Sedlak off of it when you're cap friendly.
You have to swap those two out.
Yeah. So whatever the cap says, just take an extra 100,000 off, and that's accurate. Eric Chernak gets 8 years at 5.2, huh?
Tampa really said we're gonna just drive straight to hell with these guys. Yeah. Not that I think 5.2 for Chernak is reasonable as hell, but
Yeah, I mean he's a great defender.
yep.
And not do a lot offensively though. I like all the people freaking out about where is Tampa getting all this money, and it's like, none of those contracts start this year.
Yep.
Also, remember that they have $7 million of dead cap in Brent Seabrook. So they'll have that next year as well to help them pay these bills.
Yep. Just throw that on the LTIR.
Yeah, the 8 years, I guess, for a guy like Chernak makes me uncomfortable because if that guy's body starts to break down, he will be a huge liability.
Yeah, I mean you're always betting against players not falling apart, right?
Yeah.
This is normal. You're allowed to go over the salary cap in the offseason. Tampa's not cheating.
Well, and when Tampa already has guys on LTIR, like, look, if they suddenly give a deal to Andre Palat, now we have a problem.
Then there's some issues going on. But
yeah, something's up. I can't believe they've still got Alex Killorn on that roster right now. I guess he'd be hard to move after the postseason he had.
yeah, it was not a good postseason for him.
That does seem like a guy though that teams would like he's a classic candidate for the pedigree.
If there's anything I've learned, a stupid GM will talk themselves into anything. Anything.
So like the ESPN has the Tampa signings up right now. Nick Paul 7 years, Sergachev 8 years, Cirelli 8 years, Chernak 8 years. These are good players, but is it just weird to commit to so much of your roster for 8 years?
That is surprising. I mean, they aren't good.
I think
right.
It's not unfounded.
I think Cirelli is the one that I'm most comfortable with.
I'd say Nick Paul least. Like that's a big unknown for me.
That's him getting a 7-year deal was weird. I'm so iffy on guys who are not like hard, like top 6 guys or top defenders getting like long-term contracts.
Yeah, those get tough to move too, because like if it doesn't go well, like the Leafs try to do that with Zaitsev, where it was like we like him, we'll give him the 7 years, low AAV, hope he develops, and that's going to be like the next, kind of good contract that we have in our books. And it's just the opposite. Like it goes the other way, and all of a sudden you have a guy that you committed to for another 5-6 years that you end up hating. Like that's a tough feeling.
I mean, like the thing is, I don't know if Tampa's competitive at the end of those deals anyway, right? Like. I think they're trying to get the most value out of what's left in this cup window that they have, and then at the end of it, they'll deal with it and be bad, and it's fine.
Kind of like what Chicago's doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I guess that's exactly what we were talking about yesterday, where it's like once you get into this realm, that's just kind of what you do.
Yep.
The Bolts have another run or two in them over the next 3-4 years. I'm not saying they'll get back there for sure, but good enough.
Well, I'd say even today they're the favorites to come out of the East right now.
Yeah. I mean, like I kept saying this last year, like they're the best team until someone proves they're not.
And no one has in 3 years.
Right. And so like the Avs beat them. So
obviously have. No one in the East has.
but where I was going with that was like cool. Still, no one has done it in the East.
Yep.
Like, as far as the Eastern Conference is concerned, they are still the best team going forward. So, yeah, no, I probably agree with you.
In my opinion, there's no one knocking on the door at the East that's really going to – I can't see anyone knocking them off this year. Like, Panthers, obviously, they're fool's gold. Tampa went right through them. I don't see anyone hanging with them right now.
You don't even think the Leafs?
It's just tried and proven that, definition of insanity is same thing, different results. Like, you can't lose 5 straight game 7s and think, we're right there, boys. Like, it's like there's something fundamentally wrong there, clearly.
The biter is staying in LA.
I saw that.
Interesting.
For a year.
1
He
year.
brings a certain bite to their roster,
Zing.
Got him.
Nailed it.
All right, I need to fill up my water cup. Let's see if Rex follows me or not.
And he's gone.
Now
I was
it's just
pretty invested in that.
yeah, I had to see if he carpet cam.
You hear Kirby growling behind me? Where is he? Hey, buddy. What are you up to, troublemaker? Oh, nice. Now we're getting like real doggo cam.
I was just waiting for him to piss on the floor right there.
That would mean you'd have to have water, though, to take this. And we know he doesn't drink water, so.
Hey, look, we're getting new carpet anyway, so.
Right. Fuck it.
Whew. All right.
Good time.
You have terrified puppy cam. Hi, bud. What's up, guy? It's a wild Kirby. Oh, thank you. You can't see his little paws, but he does not like this. See? I know he's not. He does not like being held like that. What's up, bud? Oh, do you like being on YouTube? Oh, thank you. I love you too. Very sweet. I'm gonna put you down because I know you hate this.
We're not going to top that. Just end the show.
All right.
Fuck, I don't think I have
The eternal question.
Okay.
Do you want the chicken or the waffle?
What?
Yeah, I don't. What?
Do you want the chicken or the waffle?
I know this has a deeper meaning. I'm going to try to figure it out before answering the question.
It really doesn't.
Are you just saying, like, if I order chicken and waffles, which am I really ordering it for?
Sure.
What time of day is it? Like, what are the sauce options? This is not this. It's a lot.
I don't have all the
ingredient
information that I
factors.
need. Yeah.
Wow. It's not. It's really not that deep. The fact that you're making it that deep is.
Well, it was just such a random question. It was just such a random question.
It's not that random. Z asks Kirby chicken or waffle every day because he has chicken or waffle treats. So she gives him one.
All right.
And she gives him the choice. Do you want the chicken or the waffle? And then he takes one of them and runs away with it.
And I bet he chooses differently every day.
It is not a blue waffle, you nasty.
Jesus.
Which one does he pick more often? He prefers chicken.
A dog preferring the meat one. Shocking.
Wait a minute. Wait, I missed the part where you said, is this a chicken or waffle toy, or are they flavored treats?
They're treats.
Okay. Yeah. I do love a good chicken and waffles at brunch. It's a great hybrid lunch breakfast combo.
I also just love chicken and waffles. I don't particularly care what time of day it is.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, I'm with you.
Brunch, 1 a.m., 1 p.m., 7 p.m., 9 a.m. Chicken and waffles. It's good at all of them.
Did you ever do Bruxy? It used to be in Vegas, right near T-Mobile Arena, but they took it out. It was a chicken and waffle restaurant, and it was.
Charles Udon signed with the Avalanche.
Okay.
Ooh.
$750 in the NHL, $450 guaranteed in the AHL. Awesome. He'll be a good stylistic fit and a speedy little dude.
Yeah, he zips around for sure. How
Man,
did he do in the AHL last year?
57 points in 66 games for the
That's
Crunch.
pretty good. Okay.
I think we're about to get. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Man, myth, the legend.
What's up, boys? You got
Oh
me?
yeah. Let's get ready to kick this guy off the show when he gives us his bad food take.
Yeah. We're really only bringing you on just so we can kick you immediately off.
AJ, did you crush some cereal live or what?
No, got Denver Biscuit Company actually.
Oh. Well,
Crush some cheesy grits live.
not much going on the free agency front, so I guess it's plenty of time for food takes, eh?
I mean, we just had Doggo Cam, so
Yeah.
I don't have dogs. I got cats. I can try to show you.
Cat cam is acceptable.
yeah. I don't think any of us have cats, so we just haven't been able to get to it.
I have one that wanders around here somewhere. And his cat.
Wait,
So what's up? What
its
you guys
name
thought
is
so far?
Cat?
No. Me? No, I said
Yeah.
it's Hannah's cat.
Oh, it's
Name's
Hannah's cat. I thought you said its name is Cat.
Yeah. I was also like, what? You named your cat Cat? Is this the greatest name ever?
When I was younger, I had a dog that lived in Spain, and his name was Doggy.
Doggy.
Yep. Because when a Spanish person says doggy, it sounds funnier.
I'll take your word for it.
But anyway, thoughts on the free agency so far? You guys just falling asleep out here, or waiting for Kadri to drop? What's up?
It's been a little slow.
Curious about
for sure.
Kadri for sure. I definitely want to know what's gonna happen there.
I guess the fun game to play is the process of elimination of where he's not going, right? I mean,
Yeah.
for a while I had a screenshot going X and out teams.
Well, yeah. So Detroit's out with Cop.
Detroit's out with Cobb. You got to think Ottawa's out. You got to
Ottawa's
think
out.
New York is out.
Yep. Philly, I think, is in an interesting position because they potentially got Giroux, Gaudreau, potentially Kadri. We were talking about it yesterday. Do you think the Tortorella thing scares anybody off?
I do.
I think there will be some players who just say no thanks.
I think Kadri would be one of those. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, I do. I mean, going from and again, I'm sure John Tortorella is a really nice guy. Going from a culture and a team run by a guy like Jared Bednar to a guy like John Tortorella, I don't know. That'd be a really weird choice.
Pretty famously didn't get along with Randy Carlyle either, to the point that he was internally suspended at one point. So, and that's a bit of a curmudgeon coach as well. So I don't know, like you said, he was a different person back then probably too. I'm sure he's grown up a lot, but you do wonder.
Yeah, I forgot about that he Him and Carlisle did not get along.
How
Yeah,
much,
just was told not to show up after a while.
how much stock are you guys throwing into Seattle being a front runner for him?
AJ, I thought, didn't you bring up Seattle a few months ago or a month ago?
Yeah, and then when they drafted Shane Wright, I thought that's probably done because Wright will be on the fast track to the NHL. Matty Beniers will be there next year, and they still have Yanni Gord. So it seems like Kadri would just be. I mean, you can always move one of those guys to the wing, of course, but it just seems like you want your 2 top 5 draft picks to develop down the middle, and you already have Yanni Gord, so why would you go get Kadri? Like, to me, it makes more sense for them to be signing Burakovsky.
Yeah. I mean, who's left? Is it maybe whoever of Philly and the Islanders, whoever doesn't get Gaudreau gets Kadri? I guess I don't know if Kadri would make much sense on the island.
I think those are the places that kind of are left, right? It's Calgary, Philly, maybe Seattle, maybe not, and the Islanders.
Buffalo, maybe.
I'm still not going to rule out the Stars because it's a very Stars thing to do.
Do they have the room left, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
If they go and give John Klingberg a new deal.
Yeah, right. Then they
No, they do not.
Would with Drew leaving, would that leave potentially enough space for a crazy Naz deal in Florida? I feel like I could see him A, wanting some warm weather, B, that's just like a very Florida move to me.
Hey, if I'm Naz, that's what I'm doing.
They're already up against it.
Are they?
Yeah. That's why they just lost Mason Marchment.
Man, they really need to get out of that Bob contract.
Yeah.
So I guess as far as the Avs go, what are you hoping drops? What are you expecting to drop the rest of the day?
Lekanen
Numbers,
extension.
official numbers on Lecky. Yeah, and then another forward of some kind, right?
Yeah, I would like a 2C answer so that we don't get to Friday and we're still fucking talking about it. Whew. 5-year, 26.25 for Darcy Kemper. He finishes
Say
with
that
a
again?
5.25. Kemper gets a 5-year deal worth 5.25 per year.
5.25. So yeah, that's almost what the Avs are playing for both of their goalies right now.
Right.
Yep.
And honestly, that AAV is probably higher if he stays with the Avs because I don't know if they would have given him 5 years. To me, that's a year longer than I thought he was going to get.
That makes him the 13th highest paid goaltender in the NHL.
Honestly, I mean, good for Washington. I mean, I think Kemper was really, really good last year. Struggled in the playoffs with the injury, but they are still using the picture of Pavel Francouz holding the cup.
Yeah,
for Darcy
that
Kemper.
is not Darcy Kemper.
Oh man, how could they mess that up so bad?
Multiple times. Yeah, no, I mean, I think Darcy Kemper's good. I like that he's out east.
I'll tell you what, I mean, it's no secret how good that Avalanche defense is, right? I mean, do you plop them into Washington and expect them to put up those same numbers behind a completely different defense? And think about how long it took him to acclimate too, right? It wasn't until about late December that we are like, all right, Darcy Kemper's finally arrived. So now he's got to wait another half season and then learn this new defense that's probably a lot weaker. I mean, I can anticipate Washington not being pleased with Darcy Kemper.
Well, they gave him 5 years, so I guess they can afford to wait half a season.
Man, I tell you, this market is just reinforcing that what Seattle did last year really was out there.
With Grubauer?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and that was just such a weird move, too, given everything else that they had done to that point.
Yeah, it didn't add
because
up.
they had
Sure.
Banachek and Dreger.
Right. And you thought it was like, okay, you know, kind of the long-term play in net, two guys that you believe in. You know,
Dreger says,
I
Interesting.
mean,
at this
Yeah.
point, I almost don't want him to stay because I'm afraid of what they're going to have to do to make it work. And I'm like,
third.
and I'm like, if it's JT Compher, cool. But if it's not,
I mean, if he comes back to Colorado, the motive there is obviously winning, right? Because he's going to have to leave something on the table.
yeah,
And at this
he
point,
will absolutely have to leave something on the table. But I don't know that it'll be so much that we're like, good deal, guys. You know, like I think it's going to be whoever gets Nazem Kadri is taking a huge chance that this is the real Nazem Kadri.
so I mean, to me, it sounds like it's not just about dollar signs right now. He is trying to find a good balance between dollar signs and winning, which was not what I was expecting. I mean, I felt like he checked the Stanley Cup box and was like, all right, now let me check the make a ton of money box.
well, especially
should.
so I go back to
Check.
the All-Star game in Vegas. I was there and I talked to him. And one of the questions I asked was, you know, obviously free agency's coming up. You're here at the All-Star game. You're having a big year, et cetera, et cetera. Like, are you looking to that at all? And obviously he gave the answer. No, I'm focused on this team and we're trying to win a cup. But then he said his butt, you know, I've waited my whole life, my whole career for this opportunity to be able to go to free agency and get the money I think I'm worth. And he's like, I've earned that. So like, yeah, I'm looking forward to something that I've earned. So I'm with you, JJ. Like I thought once they won the cup, I was like, yeah, he's gone. He has the opportunity to go get the money now that he got his ring. Like, and the fact that the Avs are still in the mix, I'm honestly surprised.
I mean, it tells you a lot about how just the competitor he is, right? I mean, we chalk these guys all off as, oh, they're just always money chasers. I mean, he got his cup. He's not now he's going to go get those dollars. But I think with Nas, he still has that competitive spirit about him. He's like, hey, I'm only in the NHL for a short time. I got to make as many runs at it as makes sense.
It's humanly possible, yeah.
Yeah, I would be surprised if Kadri announces today, though. Still, I think he will take his time with the decision. So I'm not expecting a ton official on that front anyway, but we'll see.
I wonder how much of the Stanley Cup high has worn off, right? Because I think closer to the cup, he's probably thinking, oh, I got to stay here with the boys and do this again.
Yeah.
But over time, that fades, and he starts to think maybe a little bit more from a business standpoint. So I wonder where he's at with that.
Yeah, I mean, does he even remember the week after he won the cup? I don't know. They all went pretty crazy, but I do wonder, especially with someone like Kadri. Yeah, I don't want to call him a money chaser or anything, but he has been someone who has been on the underpaid side for his entire career. His deal with Toronto that ended up looking so good for the Avs. This is his one opportunity to really get paid, as AJ's freaking out about something down there.
The Oilers brought in Calvin Pickard as their third C behind Stuart Skinner. Or their third goalie, sorry.
All right.
I'm just happy to see he's still floating around.
Yeah, hanging around in the NHL.
Why is Edmonton just so Edmonton?
So that is my thing with Edmonton. Harry and I used to talk in high school and laugh about some of the stuff that Edmonton would do 13 years ago. And they do the same shit today. Regime changes, coaching changes, player changes, and they just continue to do the same stuff. It's crazy.
Bad owner, though. You know, a very active owner that he has his fingerprints all over everything. Same with Vancouver. They'll just never go well.
Yeah.
Like they just if the owner's in the war room, it's 9 out of 10 times a complete nightmare.
Rudo, I think you were, or maybe it was you, AJ. We're on the TDSP with me where we talked about how much impact can an owner have on an organization, and we were all kind of saying like honestly, your best case scenario is you never see or hear from the owner. They just write the checks.
Yep.
In almost every scenario where the owners are heavily involved like that, you end up with shit like this, where it's just
they're unqualified. They make decisions emotionally, and it's rarely the best move for the team.
Is Calvin Pickard rattling you guys this much? I was happy.
Oh, absolutely. I'm shook because Calvin Pickard's awesome. I love that dude.
Yeah, he's great.
But
I was going to bring up Jerry Jones. Well, no, but I was just going to say it's the fact that the Oilers got to the Western Conference Final through a miracle path that they got in the playoffs. And they said, all right, we have these two offensive juggernauts that we think can help get us there. And they got absolutely run over by the Avs. And part of the reason was they couldn't buy a save. And so they come back at that. And the way they address that is Jack Campbell, Stuart Skinner, and Calvin Pickard.
Yeah. You revamp the entire goaltender position, and it's still the biggest question mark on your team.
Right. And that's just my thing is it's like, I just don't get how many times an organization can do this where it's like, we're going to address our big defensive need. Duncan Keith. It's like, okay.
I've often heard, like in the NFL, that there aren't 32 people on this planet that can play the quarterback position, right? So there's going to be some teams that are playing with a scrub. Do you feel the same way about goaltending, or do you basically my question in short is Jack Campbell just a terrible goalie, or do you think he can maybe find something in Edmonton?
I think he's a fair goalie. Can he put together 4 rounds of being better than the other guy? And that's where because it's like you don't need him you don't need him to be, you can't throw out a number and say, oh, he needs to be a 916 or a 910 or a 925 or whatever. We don't know. He may not need to be that good. We just saw with Darcy Kemper. Sometimes you just don't need to be that good. But I do think that, look, he's got to be better than the other guy. You got to outplay the other guy. Can he do that for 4 straight rounds? So, and that's where I just don't. I fall short with it. He could win a round. He could maybe win 2 rounds. As the teams get better, is he going to be able to continue to win them? I don't think so.
My question is, did Edmonton think Jack Campbell was markedly better than some of the other options out there? We saw Cam Talbot get traded for basically nothing. Is Jack Campbell really better than Cam Talbot? I don't know. I
think he is, but how much better? Given the commitment involved. 1 year of Cam Talbot at $3.6 million, or 5 years of Jack Campbell at $5 million.
Right.
Well, then my other problem too is the way that Edmonton likes to play, where it's so north-south. It's so 5-4, 6-5, and I just don't know if a guy like Jack Campbell will thrive in a situation like that, where you get down into the third period, he's given up 5 goals in a 5-5 game. Is he going to make the next stop? And I don't know. Maybe I'll ask you. He seemed very fragile.
Yeah, I mean, when it's going well, he can go on runs where, I mean, he ripped off the NHL record for most consecutive wins. So, like, when it's going well, he can get really hot. But when it's not going well, it starts getting, 8-8 bad. It gets really crooked really quick, where you can't have him in net for games for, stretches at a time, because he just takes himself out of too many games. He's getting pulled in 3 out of 5 starts,
right? Whatever.
I think the big thing with today and goaltending and kind of, across the league, I would say 1/5 of the league probably has a goalie that they really, really like, but those guys are never available. 2/5 of the league are trying to compete, but they don't have a goalie they like. And days like today are just a lemon dance of, the turtle shell game that we always see go on. Campbell to Ottawa, or to Edmonton, Murray to Toronto, Kemper to Washington. Everyone's just trying to get that guy that might get them by type thing. And then the other 2/5 have a guy that they don't like, but they're not trying to win right now, so it doesn't matter. That's always the league's always looked like that to me. You have probably 7 out-and-out studs that are probably out there that you would love to have, but they're never out there. And if you don't have a stud, then you're hoping and praying a little bit. All these guys have warts. You just don't know what they're going to bring next year.
Yeah.
He kind of answered the first part of my question there, which I appreciate, because I know someone was listening. not just to the Jack Campbell part. But no, I'm with that.
How many would you say like are genuine NHL starter quality goalies?
I feel like I don't know. I like to think anybody's a good fit somewhere, right? A goalie
In the right system, yeah.
Right, exactly. In the right system. I like to think I say it all the time. It takes 6 players on the ice to play goalie, right? So it's just about how those 5 players in front of the goalie play, in cadence with the goalie style. There's so many different ways that can be addressed too. So I like to think that there's a 40 goalies out there that are capable. It's just about finding the right fit, right? I mean, Darcy Kemper was looking for the right fit for his whole career so far. He found it for a season and might be looking for it for the rest of his career.
Well, and I also think that what we've seen in the last couple of years, and the Avs kind of got this way of thinking over the hump. I think you've seen teams recently try to, kind of to your point, JJ, of like, we don't need Carey Price. We need someone who's good enough and fits within our system. We can get away with it. We've seen teams try to do the tandem stuff. I think people are kind of realizing that what you're saying, JJ, is like, yeah, there's only a half dozen guys who are elite, but there are 35 to 40 guys who we think are good enough to get us where we want to go. And it's just about finding fit. And that, to me, going back to Jack Campbell here, that to me is my issue with it, is I think he's a terrible fit for the way that Edmonton likes to play.
And there's no guarantee those top studs are going to get you a cup anyway. Lundqvist, Luongo,
Sure.
Price, 0 Stanley Cups among them, right? So it's not to say that you have a top 6 guy you're going to waltz to the finals. More often than not, in most recent years, it has been about the defensive system that has gotten teams, as we have always said, defense wins championships. If you look at some of the goalies of late, Kemper, okay, Vasilevsky, an A1 stud, but before that, you had Binnington, you had Matt Murray, you had Braden Holtby, Crawford, even, good, not great. Like they're in that middle range.
Quick is probably the last one after
Vassy. That was like out and out stud.
I mean, it's just so hard, even with the elite goaltenders in the league, in a system that they know, the variance is just so high from year to year, right? You just never know what you're going to get out of any given year. There's probably a higher floor on those high end guys, but if they have an off year, it's just tough.
Yeah. Kira, this is my buddy Harry. We went to high school together. We basically just used to like do podcasts with each other before we knew that podcasts were a thing. And we would just, we ditch school to watch trade deadline day. We'd spend all day watching free agency and all that stuff. So he's from Toronto. He's in town staying with me for a week. So we were going to be sitting here anyway. So I was like, let me hook up a mic for you.
Everybody needs that, right? A circle outside of the podcast group to bounce idea off of. A lot of my friends, I don't know if they're mad or proud, but sometimes they're like, hey, I heard my thought on your podcast. I'm like, yeah, because it was a good idea. Yeah, it was a good one. So you got to have those friends to chat with. And
you got to throw some theories out there to see like no way. It's like, oh, yeah. No, just kidding. I wouldn't say that.
Right.
Not take it to the pod.
It's always just interesting to get like different temperatures in different markets as well, just because like you wonder how your own team's perceived in your own market. You hear about it, like that's the noise you're involved with, but then you always like, it's interesting traveling and talking to different fan bases, just being like how are these guys look out here? And sometimes you get some like truly shocking answers.
Well, and that's honestly why I really like, I know people get mad sometimes with the national broadcast, but like that's part of the reason why I love watching the Avs on national broadcast, because you get to hear
outside takes. Exactly.
Outside takes. And yeah, maybe sometimes you don't agree with them, but like that's part of what makes it so interesting. Is like, wow, the Avs being weak on D going into the Cup final and stuff. That was a big narrative around them. Oh, well, can their D hold up? And it's like, oh damn, these guys are all about to see that like
this D is not what they think it is.
Yeah. This D is very different than what the public perception.
Was that a narrative down here, like on the national coverage, that the Avs D was not the better D in that series or in the league?
Yeah,
that's shocking.
That they a lot of people looked at them very similar to Edmonton.
I
Wow,
think it
really?
was more of a Tampa narrative than a national one, but
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I would find that, but that's just fascinating.
Very top heavy, offensive, blah 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 blah. And it's like, oh no, this defense is like maybe the most dynamic in the league.
Oh, and that we've seen in a very long time, like the deepest, most dynamic push to play. Like it's so rare to have a defense like Colorado has, where like they dominate games. Like it's rare to say that the D core dominates a game, but more often than not, like that is who's driving the offense and is covering up everything on the back end too. Like that's an insane quality to have in a team.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I like the Manson deal, right? I know AJ was kind of knocking it on Twitter a little bit because he's declining in points and tends to get penalty minutes, but he seems to be a good fit in this system. He seems to love that, get shots from the point going, because we saw plenty of goals out of Josh Manson in those playoffs, right? So I love that fit, and I love the way that the defense produces on this team. That's such a unique feature that I think everybody desires.
Well, and I think it gives them such a huge advantage in matchups. If Nashville Predators, whatever that was, game 2, the Connor Ingram game, the Avs score, Cale Makar scores to win in overtime, but he's out there with Darren Helm, Logan O'Connor. He's out there with that fourth line. So you can match that bottom 6 and then roll a guy like Makar out there, and it's like, oh, cool, we have the best offensive threat on the ice by a huge margin, even though we're matching fourth line for fourth line. Like, it's just
$2 from Miss Truly here saying Avs got Big D. And I think, Jesse, the point that you're kind of getting at that I really like is what makes the Avs defense so special is the flexibility that they have. And it's not just playing, I can throw Cale Makar out there with my bottom line. It's, you can play Cale Makar and Devon Taves together. You can play Cale Makar and Bowen Byram together. You can throw Josh Manson with Sam Girard, or you can throw him with Bowen Byram, or you can throw a defensive pairing of Manson and EJ. Everyone on that defense, you look at it and you go, I'm pretty comfortable of any of these 6 dudes playing with each other. They just manage to make it work, and they regularly use it. I understand each G-man has their standard pairing, but Bednar has never been afraid to mix that up in specific situations based on what he's looking for.
Yeah, right. And obviously we have like you have like your de facto pairing of Makar Taves, but I think that's such a good point, Rudo, of he can mix it up, and really, like, we saw it, even that top pairing gets blended, and you really more of have like a unit of 6 more than you have 3 separate pairings.
Yeah.
And it's just however you see fit. That's why, I put it out there this morning on Twitter, and I've had a bunch of people, mentioning that. I don't understand why people are in such a hurry to trade Girard. I get you need to free up cap space. I get that stuff, but I think that D-core is just such a unique element that no other team in the league has, and that's your strength. That's your position of strength. I don't think you want to be pulling from it.
No, I wouldn't change that rock at all. And I think when you're trying to do the matchups as the other team, there's no one out there. Like when normally if there's kind of like a long shift or an icing, you get that bottom pair defenseman, you throw your own top line out there, you're salivating a little bit. You think that there's a real chance coming. And like with the Avs, there's not really like any combination, like you said, like that. Like there's none of those guys where you'd say like, oh, like, we can kind of take advantage of these guys a little bit. Like they can all hold their own. That's so rare especially for 5-6 guys.
Right. So
Go ahead. Tiny bit of news here. Ex-Av Patrick Nemeth just got traded to the Arizona Coyotes from the Rangers. And Avs AHL defenseman Dennis Gilbert just signed in Calgary, I believe.
Yep.
Will Arizona ever stop being the league's dump?
Nope.
Ever?
If you want to get rid of cap, Arizona is your place.
The one thing I will say is I cannot wait to go to a game at ASU this year.
Expensive. You looked how much the tickets are? The season tickets? They're really expensive.
Nuts, yeah.
Yeah.
I just think it's going to be such a cool that's going to be a cool atmosphere.
Oh yeah. Those small buildings are awesome, genuinely awesome to catch a hockey game in.
But that's a junior hockey rink. Like that is what 5,000 people, and they still have renovations to do. Like there's small rinks like Winnipeg, but then that is a third the size of that.
I think they said it's going to come in at like 4,500.
Honestly, for a professional sports team to have a 4,500 person barn is a joke.
As long as it's temporary, as long as the arena is coming, I think it's going to be a really cool footnote. If city council shoots down this arena and now suddenly you're like, your plan is this 4,500 person arena, yeah, you're in some trouble.
I still think it's a joke, no matter how long it's for. I mean,
Really?
You're an NHL team, can't even fill 4,500, and that's the thing. Will they even fill it?
They're like looking at the attendance. Yes, it's not great, but like they did okay numbers like last year. Like they're around 12, 13,000 on their good days a game. Like the Senators do 7,000. They were like 5,000 worse than the Coyotes on average per game. That's not talked about a lot because you assume that every market up north is at least a little stable, but people do not go to Sens games. Like the Yotes, or they outdrew a few teams. Historically, they outdrew the Hurricanes, outdrew the Panthers. So
and you hope it'll help moving it back down, or I guess not downtown, but over to Tempe and out
East
of
Valley. Yeah.
And it's not on campus, is it?
Oh, it is.
It is?
It's like right in the middle of ASU's campus.
I mean,
They're gonna have
imagine there's an arena in the middle of CU Boulder. How many people do you think are trying to walk through that fest of animals to get to the arena?
Yeah, but I mean, it would also be like if CU's campus was in the middle of downtown, like the area where ASU's campus is like kind of like
that's true. I've been there. It's pretty sweet. It's fun.
The Haps place, but you know,
the thing is, like, I think it works out okay because Arizona can't fill that bigger stadium, assuming they can fill the 4,500. If they can't fill 4,500, it looks really bad. But
if you're not filling that out every night, yeah,
I think they will be able to fill it, and that makes it look like okay, so they are getting that level of attendance at least.
Makes me think of that meme with the two roller coasters, and on one of them it's like zombie or skeletons, like dead people, and the other, you guys know which one I'm talking about.
Reaching at the other people, and they're all like,
yeah, exactly.
I think it's such a shame that there are markets out there that would love a hockey team, and like we just have to keep floating these guys that have like bleed money all over the place, change owners every 2 years, have no arena. Like we have to put up with it still. Like Houston can't have a team, Kansas City can't get another team, Quebec City.
Here's like the thing. I think Kansas City is maybe the one good argument there, but I understand NHL's standpoint of they don't care that Arizona loses money. Their objective here is to grow the game to an audience that they haven't reached with other places. Quebec City obviously doesn't do that at all. Everyone in Quebec City who watches hockey already watches hockey. Houston doesn't really do that because they already have Dallas as the local Texas team, so most of the hockey fans already know about it. I just don't think it grows the sport, and you can disagree with it, but I think that's the take that Bettman and the NHL is looking for when it comes to Arizona.
Well, and even Kansas City, St. Louis is
right yeah, that's true too. That's true too.
Yeah, I don't know. I like having teams in non-traditional markets. So here's what sucks, because I actually think that the vast majority, and maybe this is kind of where you're coming from, the vast majority of these like warm climate Sunbelt teams, like they've all fully embraced that. And it's like kind of part of their identity is like, well, we're non-traditional. We're, like the way that Tampa does it, it's awesome. Like the way that they embrace the fan side of it, and they do a lot of stuff outside, and the boat parades, like they kind of own that. Arizona is just always kind of like,
yeah, there's been nothing to them, really. Them and the Panthers for a very long time. The Panthers' recent success has changed that narrative a little bit, but those were always the two franchises that felt really, really stuck for a long while with their stadium in the suburbs, a city that barely wants them. Like, where are these fans coming from? That kind of thing. And I just think, yeah, to your point, like if you move them to a big market, maybe you don't grow the game as much, but I think the NHL will always be the fourth biggest North American sport. So, like, should the goal just be to just go to your hockey fans instead of like I think the NHL is amazing, obviously my favorite league in the world, but is it ever going to be the NBA? Absolutely not. So
The NBA is the one where I'll maybe, just because that league has a whole slew of its own issues.
But you guys alluded to it right there. There's success that also plays a factor in growing the game, right? And I think that's a major part that Arizona's forgetting to put into this. Like, I think this whole experiment at ASU would be really cool if maybe they were good. But if you're just going there to watch another losing team, I mean, you're slowly on the decline and you're going to lose your fans, I feel like. And maybe once you get to winning again, that the people start to show up. But, I mean, you got to have one or the other, I guess.
Now, here's what I will say in their defense is this doesn't, speaking with Craig Morgan, PHNX, PD, this seems like the first time, and you were close. You were close to the Arizona organization there for a little bit.
Yeah, I worked for them for a year, lived in the city.
This seems like the first time where they have somewhat of a direction. They have some kind of plan. We'll see if they actually put it all together. We talked about it the other day. Them taking Logan Cooley over Shane Wright was a choice. But I don't know. Like I'm hopeful for them that they're finally moving in the right direction.
I want them to succeed overall. This isn't me dogging the Yotes. Oh, as our camera's just gonna tumble down.
What a catch! I'd like to point that out.
Yeah. Sorry. This is not a segment dogging on the Yotes. I would love for that franchise to absolutely succeed, and specifically in Arizona. It's just been so turbulent.
Yeah, it hasn't been great. Hasn't been great, Bob. Now I can fucking. Now there we go. Yeah, I mean, it'd be good for them. It'd be good for the league. It'd be good for the game if they were to succeed. But you both made a good point of just like haven't. You haven't done anything.
No, and I don't think even with the Tempe deal, like they're 3 years committed to this ASU rink at least, and they still haven't broken down or gotten approval on the Tempe on the new Tempe arena that they really, really want. So it's not like the light is necessarily at the end of the tunnel yet in terms of like, hey, we just got to get to 2028 and it's going to get better. Like we'll have that financial stability finally. Like we'll be in a market that's going to embrace this. Like it's still so many question marks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Some people in the comments getting kind of shaken up about Jordan Gross leaving. Sounds like Nashville signs him
to a 2-year deal, no less.
I guess your thoughts on that, AJ? Welcome back to the show.
I mean, he was the AHL's defenseman of the year, so obviously the Eagles will miss the guy, but he was not going to play for the Avalanche. The one time that he did play for the Avalanche, oddly enough, was in Nashville, and it was a total train wreck. So, I'm good. It's fine. It's like you don't like when talent walks out of your organization, but what Jordan Gross did well was not something that he was never going to get in the lineup in Colorado again. It took a 15-man lineup and their whole defense to be decimated for that guy to have gotten into the game. So, they're not. The writing was on the wall for him here that the Eagles would be as high as he would ever have a chance to go. So, good for him.
See ya.
A guy getting a 2-year deal as a largely AHL player is a good deal for him. When the contract specifics come out, I'd be willing to bet he got a pretty high AHL salary. So, again, happy for him.
Yeah.
See if some NHL news can happen.
I was gonna say.
I mean, Mason Marchment changing his mind and signing with Dallas instead of Carolina is kind of an interesting turn. I mean, anytime Dallas gets better, that's too bad.
Some big bodies. If he plays with Jamie Benn, that line could throw their weight around if he wanted to be on that line.
Yeah, I mean, Jamie Benn is definitely big.
Doesn't do much else these days, but he is big.
Yeah.
How about that dude, eh? What was the year he won?
Our Ross with 87
Yeah.
points.
Was it 87?
Yep.
Yeah. 87 points. It was like, wow, Jamie Benn as an Art Ross, and it's just gotten worse and worse.
Wow. We've known for a little while that the Rangers had dumped Patrick Nemeth on Arizona, but they sent second-round picks in 2025 and 2026 to do it.
Second round picks?
Yeah.
We're getting into basketball trade territory at that
Yes,
point.
we are. I mean, we're starting to get into OHL trade level territory where you're like, it's all we got to do is get into pick swaps next, and we really will have hit the NBA level.
JJ, hit the folks with this atrocious food take. I can't even call it bad.
Which take is that?
Horrendous. The one you gave us yesterday. Pizza.
I'll say pizza. Pizza is better cold.
That's
Otherwise-
not what you
That's not
said.
that bad.
Otherwise,
Yeah, that's not that
otherwise, it's a trash food. And
Oh,
with that, I'm out of here, boys. Thanks for having me on the show. I got some things to do. Love all of you
We'll
guys.
see you.
Good
We'll
see
see you
ya.
tomorrow.
Hopefully, yeah.
Cool.
More development camp excitement underway.
Good man.
Also,
See you then, bud.
what a strange development camp it was, right? All right, I'll leave you guys with that. I'm gonna hang up and listen. Thanks, boys.
Peace out.
JJ.
All right, he's gone. We get to crush him.
Yeah.
I thought pizza was one of those universal truth North Star foods that we all
Dude.
just loved and
Right.
followed.
Right.
A trash food otherwise cold. That is fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that when he said, like you said, it's just like that's like the great vegetarian.
Yeah.
Just growing
it's-
up, the cheese pizza, like you're
Right.
6 years old, that's all your palate wants is like cheese pizza and buttered noodles. Like that was your diet.
Like it legitimately might be the worst food take we've ever had on the show.
You
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
do well to find the worst.
Well, and right now, what I think what has second worst is also pizza related.
Yep.
But it was the intern who put mustard on his pizza.
Oh,
Okay, that actually might
Harry.
be worse. No, that might be.
Okay. I thought you were gonna say actually that might be pretty good.
I loved.
No.
Oh, Harry. That was about to be. You need to find another place to stay while you're in town.
Yeah, no, I would just show myself the door. That would. That might be worse than because now you're just straight up ruining a good thing. At least he's opting out of it. Like he's ruining it for everyone else because that'd be disgusting to even look at.
I also. It's not like a food take, but Blaze throwing pizza away
Unacceptable.
after it's like 2 hours old or whatever. He's like, no, in the trash.
What?
Yeah, he throws pizza away, dude.
Dude, so Hannah gets mad at me because she's a way bigger leftovers person than I am. To me, there's certain foods that can be reheated and still be good.
Agreed. I'm on Team Jesse on this one for sure.
And it's like Chinese food, fried chicken, and like pizza. Those are the reheatable. Those are the three. And
I
pizza
would
is maybe
say-
the best.
Do you say Chinese? Did you
Yeah.
mention? Okay.
Yeah, Chinese fried chicken pizza.
I would say that list has gotten longer because air fryers are the leftover food like savior.
Yep. We need to
Uh,
get Ninja to sponsor us and just say
Oh.
upgrade my air fryer.
dude.
This is a pretty gnarly one from Ryan. $5. Don't forget cheese whiz bread dipped in hot chocolate. LOL.
Wait a minute. Cheese whiz bread? What's cheese whiz bread?
Don't know.
This is like a Philly cheesesteak situation, but just the cheese whiz.
Just no
And you
meat.
dip that?
Yeah, just
Yeah.
a hoagie roll just filled with cheese whiz.
That's something. Oh, I have a good one. This was my buddy's Subway order growing up. He just went olives, mustard, full stop.
At Subway?
That's what he got at Subway every time. So he goes up to the counter. Hey, what do you want? Olives, mustard, toast it. I'm good.
Oh, what is this
No,
commercial?
like not even a meat?
No meat.
What?
It was shocking.
Hannah's go-to pizza is pineapple and black olives.
Ooh,
That's a tough one.
you can blame Canada for
It's
that.
not great.
That came out of Calgary.
That is actually Ryan Reynolds' favorite combination, and she just loves that.
Well, now if Ryan Reynolds likes it, then we kind of it moves it up a couple points.
All right, then I'm in.
I don't like pineapple at all. Like, I will eat anchovies on pizza, and I think it's great. Pineapples are just hellspawn.
Anchovies. I've never actually met someone in real life that that likes anchovies on pizza, or just anchovies in general.
I can't imagine I'd eat it on anything but pizza. It's like eating salt. That's all.
Kiwi with the skin on, so do you just bite into it like an apple?
That's weird. A couple of super chats coming in. $2 from Jamie says might be weird, but I eat kiwi with the skin on. We just covered that. $5 from Ryan says spaghetti is better reheated as a leftover. So I actually like cold spaghetti.
Interesting. I'm not going to knock that too much because my dad will eat like leftover pasta cold. But pasta is another good one that you can reheat.
Yep,
it's a
definitely.
reheatable food.
Definitely.
Nice. Part of the other thing I love about the ESPN Plus deals, we get the TSN broadcast back for all this stuff.
Yeah, it's nice to see the fellas that I normally. Although I do like, there is a thrill about traveling. I don't know if you guys feel this too. You check into the hotel room. For me, you see different commercials for the first time. I don't know. It's always fascinating. I'm like, oh, these are U.S. commercials. Like, I haven't seen U.S. commercials in a while.
I just learned about a week ago, Shane Company is not just in Colorado. And my buddy, he's
Lekkonen got 5 years. Sorry.
No, you're good. Don't.
Yeah, we still
Way
have
more
a
important
dollar
than
though, right?
Yeah, we don't have a dollar news, but just letting you know.
5 years. There we go. But yeah, Shane Co., the 1/2 mile east of I-25 on Arapahoe Road. They have that same thing, but like they hear it in different cities. And I said it. I'd mentioned Shane Company the other day. My buddy from Seattle listed off the address. I was like, no, that's not the address. He's like, well, that's the Seattle. Like that's the Seattle direction. And it just blew my mind.
$10 from MJ Seahawk here. My friend's bad take. He mixes pace salsa with soy sauce. Also, do you guys think we need an AHL, NHL goalie? You have Eustace in for that, so they do not really need another one.
How they feel about Trent Miner will be telling today.
That's
because
true.
If they feel like Trent Miner can be the backup, then you're fine. Then you need an Eagles goalie, which you can get on an AHL deal. You don't need an NHL deal for that.
Yep.
But if you don't feel like Trent Miner can do that, then you do need a guy with some AHL experience. And then you will need an NHL deal for that.
A bunch of like smaller deals getting done. It looks like Eric Branson's going to Columbus. You had a handful of bit pieces. Brendan Smith in New Jersey. Noel Achari signed somewhere that I forget.
St.
Blackwell
Louis.
signed in Chicago. Oh, that's right. Achari signed in St. Louis.
Which sucks because, like, I like Noel Achari.
You also like Colin Blackwell, and now he's in Chicago.
I do.
So,
Sort of. Yeah, he's okay.
All right. Make up your mind.
Yeah, I mean, I like him. At least I like him.
So a 5-year deal for Lecky, you have to expect that bumps up the price a little bit, right? Because you're buying a significant number of UFA years if you're the Avs.
You're buying 4 UFA years.
Yeah, right.
So again, I've had Lekkonen in the 4.5 range for 2 months, a month. So 4.5 is kind of where I've got him ticketed. Anything over that, and I'm going to be uncomfortable, which means that's where we're headed. And anything under that,
that
feels like a huge win.
It's going to be like 4.75, and it's going to be one of those things where, again, you're like,
Honestly, given his age and just given that 4.75 just is not a lot for a guy to live up to.
Like I said,
it could be $200K more than I would like, and I'm good.
Anything under 5 on that deal, and I'm not going to complain for sure.
Yeah.
Justin Braun, Nick Delorier to Philly.
Damn it! I really wanted to be right about Minnesota clearing cap space to re-sign Nick Delorier.
And then Louis Domingue to the Rangers.
Louis Domingue and Yarrow Halak.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
All right. KO.
Nick Cousins is also going to Florida.
Oh, that is such a good tweet.
What?
Jibble Scribbits. I don't know if you guys follow him. He's behind a
Yeah.
locked account these days. He said, "This isn't fair. I know that Binnington and Grice both personally gave the Blues GM their word they'd not miss a game for political reasons. And if we know they're both oath keepers."
Was it Bergevin? Was that
It's
the old
4.5 on the dot.
There we fucking go. There we go.
Happy as hell with that deal.
That is perfect.
Yep. Lock up Lecky for 5 years. I mean, he essentially becomes a core piece at that point.
Ooh, and St. Louis is officially down to 8 goal scorers because David Perron is off to Detroit.
Ooh, Detroit feels like they're doing a lot of stuff, but I don't know how much they're actually accomplishing.
To me, Detroit's having Chicago's off season from last year. Where it's just like you're bringing in a bunch of guys, and it's like, yeah, I guess, but like they're not actually going to do anything for you.
Yeah.
I don't think I agree on this.
You feel better about Detroit
I know,
than
but
we
you
do?
also liked Chicago's off season last year.
It's true. I did. I definitely thought Fleury would be better for them.
Yeah, no, and I'm not saying like, well, you're an idiot, but it's like,
No, I just thought Fleury would be better for them.
yeah,
I
think-
thought
yeah.
that their defense had enough talent to be competitive, and they fucking cratered in a way that I just
Didn't see.
I just didn't see it.
Okay, so with Lecky signed at 4.5, that means the Avs have roughly 4.5 more to sign another guy. So the Avs know the boat they're in now.
I mean, that's Strom's music.
Yeah, I agree. That amount of money screams Dylan Strome.
Bro, honestly, if they do Dylan Strome here, I will be really, really happy with the day for the Avs.
Dude, Dylan Strome for 1 year at $2.5 million.
Yeah. Give him 2 years even. Give him 2 years. I would obviously if you get Kadri back, great. But all right, I'm gonna jump off for a sec. I'll be back.
Okay,
Finally got one of these fucking things right.
sometimes lucky.
Dude. So, serious question here. If they are still pursuing Nazem Kadri, we've been talking about Sam Girard trade, but the other way that you could clear out money here, you buy out EJ.
Yep. Yep. I think the EJ one is definitely the simpler process, right?
Yeah, but so $4 million, it only clears out $4 million, and you'd have to spend some of that $4 million to replace him.
It's true. I think he's also significantly easier to replace than Sam Girard in their decor, though.
Oh, 100%.
Like, you can go out and get $1 million defenseman that could replace EJ to a certain level.
Yep. Absolutely.
Crazy super chat here. $100 from Hondu. I hope I got that correctly. I've been a subscriber for a couple of years, and you guys are easily the best Avs coverage around. I have one request. Can you guys bring Manscaped back as a sponsor? My absolute favorite part of the show is hearing Allie's reactions to Rudo's Manscaped read. Look, if Manscaped wants to sponsor us again, they're welcome to come back anytime they want.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for the $100. It's a ridiculous super chat. We appreciate it.
Yeah, we're not going to be talking trash on Robin in our chat. Robin is a really good dude.
Yeah, Robin's awesome.
What are the Flyers doing?
What else did they do?
They gave Nick Delorier a 4-year deal.
For Nick Delorier?
Yeah, even at just under $2 million.
I don't like that dude. Doesn't even make the Avs lineup, does he? Wow, they're paying Nick Delorier till he's 35. Yeah, that's a yikes for me, dog. $5 super chat from Andrew here saying, could you buy out EJ and then re-sign him for $1 million? So theoretically, you could, but you cannot do that. You cannot buy a guy out with an intent to re-sign him to a cheaper deal. That is illegal under the NHL CBA, and the NHL will not allow that. Now, things like this have happened where they can prove that their plan wasn't to re-sign him, and they just circled back because there was nothing else to do at the end of the offseason. But it would be very unlikely for the Avs to buy him out and then re-sign him. I would put it that way.
Wow.
So there's like the other conversation here is like, what if EJ just retires?
Well, he's already said he's not going to, so we can
Oh,
go
has
ahead.
he? Okay.
Yeah, we can bin that one for now. But I tell, because if he just retired, that's $6 million, and you're completely fine.
Right.
You use that $6 million, you get your 2C, you replace EJ
and a third pairing D. Yeah.
You probably signed 2D, honestly.
Sure. The NHL does not allow restructuring of deals. No.
Eric Goodbranson got a 4x4 from Columbus.
That's a choice.
Okay.
Definitely a choice.
It's weird. You don't normally see a lot of one-dimensional defenders get that kind of deal anymore. Wait, did Goodbranson sign before Nikita Zadorov did?
He did. Impressive stuff.
Alrighty. So the Avs still have not done anything outside of the organization today. Outside of AHL decisions, correct?
Correct.
All they did is they've re-signed Nichushkin.
They got Hudon and brought back Englund.
Yeah, but they've
AHL.
re-signed Nichushkin, Lehkonen, Helm, and Manson.
Yep. It's all re-signings and Hudon. That's it.
All right, so they've got $4.5 million in space left.
Let's see who's out there besides Dylan Strome.
Sonny Milano.
No.
Sonny Milano. Sonny Milano. Oh my gosh.
As far as like a proper center goes, not a ton of options.
Yeah, I mean this is where you come back, Paul Stastny.
Yeah, definitely. Could have that conversation.
And Dylan Strome.
Stastny and Strome are the two. And, obviously, like, barring other moves, other things get done like that. I guess Ryan Strome's still out there, too. He has played center in his career.
Stop.
I know you hate that, but I'm like, if you're looking at the market.
Stop. What sucks is that there are some solid wings out there. Guys like a Nito Niederreiter.
Sure, yeah, that if the Avs had like room for a proper wing, I'd be all about Nito.
Wow, Jan Rudo got a 3-year deal from Pittsburgh.
Good for him.
That's interesting. All right.
Yeah, I see people talking about the Avs could move JTC as well. It is an option.
Yeah.
Sam Steele kind of sucks, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah. Come on, Evan. Come hang out with us.
Yeah, my guy. Come chill.
All right. Paul Stastny. Come back home. We can stop talking about this every year if you just do it. He was really good for Winnipeg last year. Yeah, I will say that the Manson deal does look a lot more appropriate next to Goodbranson and Leddy.
Yeah, I think especially seeing that Leddy deal, you're like, okay.
You're like, well, Nick Leddy's bad offensively. He's bad defensively.
He got $4 million over 4 years.
And he got a 4x4. So
That's
Hoka
roughly one David Jones money right there.
Oh God! Not roughly. It is a one
exactly
DJM.
One. It's exactly one. You're right.
It is the one DJM. Yeah.
No, it is a fair point that if the Avs wanted to, they could sign Kadri to like an $8 million deal today and sort it out later in the offseason.
Yeah, they would lose any and all leverage whatsoever
Yeah,
because teams would know.
They'd have to dump picks to get rid of that cap for sure if they go about it that way. But it is an option.
They should just trade JT Comper to Vegas for Max Pacioretty, straight up.
1 for 1.
Yep.
Just do that. Call it done.
Look, if Evan Rodriguez is their answer at 2C, I'm good. This is the greatest offseason ever, and I'm happy.
And then we're still waiting to see what Klingberg has up his sleeve here.
Did you guys talk about this good Branson deal?
We did.
Yeah, so Josh Manson looks pretty good right now, eh?
That's what we said.
What we were saying is, okay, this is fine.
Between him and Leddy.
Yeah, dude.
Is Bowers a lost cause as a prospect at this point? No. but I do really struggle to see a pathway to the NHL for him in the Avalanche organization at this point. And here is the man, the myth, the legend, the couch guy, Evan Rowell.
Couch fam.
Apparently not the only one, though.
Couch fam. Couch fam.
Yeah, 3 of these 4 cameras have a couch in them. It's true.
I know.
I liked earlier Evan was in the chat and had a problem with Harry having his shoes on the couch. And I was just like, I think Evan just doesn't like people actually being
sitting
on the couch.
And just using the couch for its
Yeah,
actual use.
exactly. The couch
my
is a
defense,
backdrop only.
They're moccasins that have not seen outside yet, so they're very much house shoes. If I have a defense, but I agree with you. It's a little make myself at home.
Still bothers me.
See, this is why I don't like hardwood floors, because I don't wear house shoes, and I hate house shoes. I want to walk around barefoot.
See, I'm
Carpet's ideal for that.
I know. I'm getting carpet put in.
Nice. I like hardwood floors, but when you have a kid, hardwood floors are not ideal because they fall.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, that math adds up.
Hardwood floors are problematic. Oh my god. Ben Sherratt got 4 by 4.75 from Steve Yzerman. This is the year that we all stop believing in Steve Yzerman, isn't it?
Yeah.
That Brett Kulak deal looks so good compared to everything else.
Oh,
It looked so good.
I really like Josh Manson, and I'm like, can they swap deals? Oof.
All right, let's see. What's Kadri doing?
Wow, they gave Domingo one way as their third goaltender, huh?
So you guys were talking about Dylan Strome. I am not on the Dylan Strome train. I do not like that guy at all.
Not my favorite idea.
He's definitely a weird fit for the Avs.
To me,
right?
he's
Definitely
always
fit speed.
struck me as a guy who's a good player on a bad team. Like, I just don't know how he's going to fit because he can't skate. Like, he cannot skate and keep up with this team.
Yeah. The skating, I guess. Yeah.
But there's not a lot of guys out there, so I don't know
like-
what they're going to do.
Well,
No.
and that's kind of my thing is I think he's for the price range that you're looking in. I think he's got enough upside that he's worth it on a 1 or 2 year deal. I'm with you, like hitching your wagon to that dude and be like, boom, set and forget 2C for 5 years. You're like, ooh, I don't know about that. But I think he's definitely a guy that's shown enough upside to take a flyer on.
Well, again, part of this conversation is how much do you believe in Alex Newhook, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're looking at, hey, the second half of this season, maybe Dylan Strome is our 3C and Newhook has graduated, I do think that makes it more enticing.
Yeah, it's I would definitely not go more than 1 year if they got Dylan Strome.
Yeah, I would do 2 maybe, but I wouldn't.
Yeah. The other name,
I would do 1.
someone mentioned Evan Rodriguez. I could see that being a guy the Avs are looking at too.
Yeah. Well, and his skating and his analytics all fit Colorado's profile to a T.
Yeah.
I just wonder if there are other teams out there that are also all over it.
Probably.
Do we think? Like, is there any chance they kind of shock everyone here and pick up a winger and try Mikko at 2C?
Definitely a chance.
I'm not
I'm
against
open to
that
it.
idea at all.
Yeah.
Because the way I look at it is it would take a monumental, just disastrous season for this team to miss the playoffs. Why not try it out?
That's something that you can like do during the regular season and go, hey, it's the trade deadline and this hasn't worked, so let's go get a center.
And now's the time to be like, hey, Mikko, we want to try you at center. You got the summer to prepare.
Yeah.
Phil
Yeah.
Kessel's still out there, out and out shooter, sniper, winger.
Yeah.
No.
I was Team Kessel at the deadline.
Team, just stationary person in general. I'm
All right,
good.
how much is Bergeron going to cost for one more ride?
Yeah, there's some names out there still. Like usually this lull comes on free
After the
agency.
big guns go.
Once the
Yeah,
big guns go,
right.
all right, now we're just kind of waiting for these like tertiary moves to come through. But like it's the big guns that are out there. That's like all that's left.
Kadri seems like he's running out of teams.
Mm-hmm. I
I
agree.
don't know. Calgary seems like the team that might be lurking there.
I think that's part of the reason why sounds like him and the Avs are at least still talking. I think a bunch of teams kind of said, not necessarily they don't want Kadri, but we're not going to wait around and put all of our eggs in this basket. We're going to go find our solution. I'm fully with you, Evan. I think the ground has shrunk beneath.
Yeah, just thinking out loud, the teams like Seattle can sign him, but they just drafted 2 centers in the top 5 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Calgary wanted him a couple years ago. They just lost Gaudreau. It makes sense.
I was saying, but he vetoed a trade there. Would he sign there?
I think it wasn't more that he didn't want to go to Calgary. He didn't want to leave Toronto, and then I think the Colorado deal came up, and he's like, okay, I guess they don't want me here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't think he resigns in Canada, or signs on the dotted line in Canada. I think that chapter of his life's over.
Yeah. I mean, he really did make it sound like he felt like the city and the organization like kind of turned on him in Toronto.
Big shock.
Well, he's still from the fan base, he's still highly revered, and
Is he really?
oh, for sure, yeah. He's got good currency still in Toronto for sure. He's welcome back every summer. I know that's where he kind of spends the summers, is right in the mix. So he's always around. Like he's a pretty public figure in Toronto. Like he's comfortable in that city. Obviously, by no means saying he's coming back to the Leafs, but I could understand why he'd feel slighted, especially as a chip on the shoulder guy. But he did get kicked out of 2 straight playoffs, so he kind of forced the hand.
He shouldn't feel slighted about shit anymore. That was the ultimate redemption tour, the ultimate fuck you to everybody and everything that had ever been said against him. He just got to dunk on all of them.
Kiss my ass on national television after he won the cup.
That was such a great moment where he's like, all those people who said that I was a liability in the playoffs could kiss my ass. And then he got drunk for 5 days.
Lining up then, because
line is around the block to kiss Kadri's ass.
What the hell is John Klingberg doing? Why is he thinking about going back to Dallas?
Yeah,
that's figured out. Slavkovsky, ELC.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not.
Wow.
He's going to play this year, right?
Yeah, of course. He's the first overall pick, and he's not a defenseman.
Well, you never know. You never know with Montreal. They do weird shit all the time.
Do you guys think Shane Wright?
I think he should play, but I don't know if he will.
Yeah. Ron Francis, you never know. Whatever he does, I'll say it's the wrong decision. And
I don't think him going back to Kingston does him any good. He's graduated out of that league.
I agree with that.
Oh yeah, people are throwing out Carolina. Carolina for Kadri kind of makes some sense too.
Do they have room still? They just traded for Brent Burns.
That's true. I think they have a lot of cap space, but they're always weird with their money.
Someone just posted a picture of Matt Murray in his Team North America stuff. Those kits were so incredible.
That team. You go back and you just look at that team, and it's like, oh, God.
Crazy.
And now he looks like he's 80 years old.
Hey, Berkey got a 5-year deal in Seattle.
Shocking.
Good for him.
You said Berkey?
Yeah,
I'm curious to see how much that one comes in at, though.
me too. Because I've died on the hill that he was going to get $6 million.
I'd be shocked if he gets less than 6.
If he gets less than 6, then that guy gets to talk a lot of shit to me on Twitter.
He is one of the most frustrating players I've ever watched, but they are going to miss those easy goals.
Yep.
Dude, just that ability to just, well, I'm just coming down the right side and just beat a goaltender.
Yep.
Okay, well, there's a goal.
His last goal was a memorable one, that's for sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or wait, that wasn't even his last goal. He scored.
Yeah,
the
he
next
scored
game.
in game 2,
I
didn't
was
he?
gonna
He
say he scored the third goal in game 2 where
had an assist that night too. Yeah.
he put the rebound in off of Mikko's shot.
I mean, he was a good Av, like for what they needed him to do. He was good.
He got opportunity. He capitalized. Now he went and got paid. Good
Yep.
for him.
Yep.
This is like the whole system working just the way it's intended.
Who the heck is he going to play with there?
Shane Wright. It's gonna be Jaden Schwartz and Matty Beniers,
Oof.
Andre Burakovsky.
Berkey and Yanni Gord together.
Yes.
Now, if he goes there and goes through like a similar season as to what fucking
Donskoy did.
Donskoy did, then there's like, okay, something in the water.
Donskoy's always been like the most ridiculously streaky scorer.
Yeah.
Like, didn't he go like 40 games without a goal in San Jose at one point too?
Yeah.
He just does this.
Well, that was
But last year was an extreme, dude. He scored 2 goals.
Did he end up getting a second?
Pretty sure,
Did McDermott score more goals than him?
bro.
Oh my God, wouldn't that be funny? Are you looking it up, AJ?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he finished with 2 goals, 20 assists.
I think one of them was an empty netter.
But
My memory serves me right. Brutal, dude. Brutal. March 5th. Oh, no. That's right.
Alrighty. We're 3.5 hours in. It's actually not been that bad. It's gone pretty fast, I think.
Ooh, I need to take another quick break to make sure my laptop doesn't die. I'll be back on here in just a little.
Okay, bye.
I like what Ottawa's doing. I think when we did previews, what was that, 2 years ago, and AJ picked Ottawa to make the playoffs, it was just like a year or two early. Like that's a.
I agree. If I'm picking someone who won today so far, it's Ottawa.
well, was that the same year that you picked Buffalo?
Yeah, I was hoping you wouldn't bring that.
We each went like way out on a limb on a young team, and that limb snapped, and we look fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Josh Norris is such a good player there, and Kachuk, and they got some good pieces.
Fuck. 5.5 for Berkey.
That's the good deal, man. Would have been interesting to see if they have like. That does make me wonder if they really do want a center.
Could you imagine if Kadri went there and they put Donskoy and Berkey back with him?
Berkey with
They just like completely reunited that line from 2 years ago.
With Philip Grubauer in net.
Yeah.
Like, how good is that Avs team, except you take all the stars off of it?
Yeah, so if the Avs wanted a winger and like to YOLO Mikko at 2C or something, do they really want someone other than Berkey at 5.5?
I mean, right now, dude, I would be interested in Nino Niederreiter.
Yeah, I agree. I'd be interested in Nino too, but was the Avs game plan there? We're just letting Berkey go, and Nino's our target if we're getting a winger, or like, I just wonder. I think they might be looking more towards a proper center if they weren't willing to bring back Berkey at that price.
I don't know if they were ever really bringing back Berkey.
And valid.
I think, I mean, they need, unless they are really going in on Rantanen, or they think Newhook can take the job, which I wouldn't necessarily start the year with myself. A center makes more sense. I would love to see him pick up a guy like Rudolph Balcers, who got bought out. I think he's ideally that's the perfect Avs pickup right there.
Yeah, he's a bottom 6 guy though, and that's just not what they really need another of. And that's where it's like this is why I keep obsessing over a guy like Sonny Milano or Danton Heinen, like middle 6 guys, some guys with skills, some guys who can score for you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because I love Rudolph Balcers, but when they re-signed Darren Helm this morning, it was like the dream is dead.
Yeah, no room.
The Danton Heinen, when he signed his entry level deal, I was eating at Illegal Pete's after a men's league game by DU. I looked down at my phone and said he signed his entry level deal, and a minute later he walks in to get a burrito. It's just like, all right, this guy knows
First purchase, bud.
First purchase, a good Illegal Pete's burrito.
Yeah, it did feel like when they brought back Cogliano and Helm, and I know that happened over like a week or two, but it did really limit the minor transactions the Avs were going to be able to make today. And like really those are transactions too, right? They just made the decision to bring back their guys instead of going and getting out new dudes. But you weren't going to see a flurry of activity from the Avs today. We kind of knew that already, outside of the organization, I should say.
Yeah, it's been a busy day for
just
keeping
internally
the band together.
Yeah.
I mean, Lehkonen, Helm,
Manson.
Helm and Manson those are 3 important guys. You know, they were obviously going to keep Lehkonen, but getting him on that deal.
Yep.
It's nice.
Yeah, the Manson deal. He was the guy when, the Nuke deal came down. I was like, okay, I think that's the guy they're going to approach because there was a fit there. And I'm happy to see it get done. And now looking at all these other deals outside of the Kulak one, it seems fine, perfectly fine.
Yep.
Yeah. Honestly, the Kulak deal is the one that stands out on its own.
I know. That one's just
it's so good.
Edmonton got a good deal. Who knew? It does feel like, to me, Helm and Cogliano. I don't know if you need to bring back both of them. I like both those guys, but that's just me.
So I actually agree with you. Do you really need to bring back both those guys? But do you really need to bring back both those guys on raises? They got the extra $250K. Like, come on.
Yeah, I'm with AJ on that. Great tweet. This is Jaromir Jagr, also a free agent.
I'm looking to sign a defenseman, no jokes. He should sign Zdeno Chara.
Ooh, that'd be fun.
Man, the Ducks still have $14.5 million to go in order to reach the cap floor.
Wow.
All right. Send JTC over there for free.
Where's my boy Z gonna go? All these dudes are getting paid.
I couldn't believe Eric Branson signed before Zadorov did.
He's still young. Like, he's probably one of the younger free agents out there, I would think.
Yeah. Especially with how empty the D class is this year.
Mhm.
Well, the porn bots are back.
Yes.
Nice.
Does that mean the Avs are about to do something?
I'm telling you, man, we're the only pod out there that sees porn bots, and everybody's like, porn bots! Dylan Cousins. What?
What about him?
Yeah, he's not a free agent for a long time.
Yeah. $5 from Dustin, who says, now that the Finns are reunited, can we get a Mikko Arturi Shui shirt?
Did you see the shoeies they were doing on the fire truck?
I did not see the shoeies.
Yeah, that's gross. They probably don't remember, though.
I've never understood the appeal, the allure of a shoey. Why would you ever do that?
Yeah, you're putting questionable tasting things inside of a shoe that's nasty and drinking it. Whatever. I don't need to continue to enhance my reputation as the fun hater. It's just nasty.
You could just pour the drink into your mouth, though. You didn't have to pour it into the shoe.
I mean, yeah. At that point, there's no need for cups either. You could just
Yeah.
pour it down your throat.
I don't know. It seems easy to me.
How the Lehkonen deal's official.
Yep. Yeah, but
Is that the email we just got?
Yep.
Well,
That's the email.
I won't worry about checking it. I am bummed that Berkey's gone. Like, I've known for a while, right? But it is a bummer. He was man. He was fun to watch.
Yep. He would do cool stuff.
I mean, yeah, he is frustrating, but you can't just look past the fact that that man just scored goals out of nowhere. And that's not an easy skill to just find anywhere. And Avs are potentially losing a lot of goals today that they got to make up somewhere.
Yeah.
$5 from Miss Truly. Porn bots pretend our good fortunes. All are welcome. There you go. Porn bots come out to play. Oof, all right. I'm ready for a big name to sign. I will now allow it.
What?
Yeah.
This Gaudreau thing is
Yeah, I'm surprised the Gaudreau thing is
down to
very
what, like 2
Yeah.
teams, and it's still not done? Like this.
All right, so let's take a look at some cap space here. So the Ducks have infinite cap space. Calgary has quite a bit. Edmonton has none. LA has basically none. San Jose has a little.
Some of these guys that are still on the market right now kind of blow me away.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised too.
I mean, you have a guy like Zadorov. Okay, he's got his problems, but come on. Johan Larson was like a big priority guy at the deadline last year, and he's still out there. If the Avs wanted to put him at 4C, well, that would be fun. You have the Strome.
Yeah, the entire
Like the
Strom
whole-
I was
family.
going to say all of the Stromes. Gaudreau, Kadri, Kessel, Palat, Klingberg, Stasny, Niederreiter, Evan Rodriguez, Riley Smith, Sonny Milano.
Riley Smith didn't sign with
I
thought he
mean,
signed with Vegas.
Officially he has. yet to, but yeah.
Subban.
Yeah, Subban's still out there too.
Yeah, Subban, Kelly Yarncrook, Andre Kasha, Matthias Janmark, Rudolph Spolsters, our guy.
Balsers at Ball Arena. Come on, we got to make that happen.
All right, we need him. There's already a Nathan on the Avalanche. I need a Rudolph also. I'll be fully covered at that.
It's plural.
I know it's Rudolphs. I know, but $5 from Brassy saying, AJ, what do you think Calgary is up to? Nearly 24 mil in space. Kachuk apparently doesn't want to play without Johnny Gaudreau. Lots of directions to go for them. I think Calgary was up to, they were really hoping Gaudreau was going to sign yesterday.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't know what they're going to do now. I mean, you can't just turn around and be like, hey, we're going to burn it down, but you also don't replace Johnny Gaudreau.
Yep.
Andre Palat's still out there.
Yeah, it's him and Kadri that are really fighting for the big bucks on the forward side that are left. Well, and Gaudreau, obviously, but we already know he's going to Jersey or the Island.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat said Kubalik. I don't know. He seems too one-dimensional.
He's
Yeah.
a horrible hockey player. Oh, God, is he bad.
So bad
Like-
Chicago didn't even want him.
Well, and it's like, name one thing outside of the year that he scored a bunch of goals. Name one thing the guy consistently does well.
Hey, Winnipeg signed David Rittich.
Good
Big
luck
save
with that,
Dave.
Jets. Somebody is not having a good day. She's done with it. She does not.
Over
She
it.
doesn't want to. Yeah, she doesn't want to do it anymore.
Just sign Brad Lambert and she'll be back in.
You can only draft Brad Lambert once. Like, you can only pull that trick once.
Do it again.
Yeah, I don't think giving him the ELC is going to matter at this point.
Yeah, it does seem like outside of a trade, the trade Gerard chatter sure picked up today after the Manson deal,
Yeah.
that the Avs would be targeting like a Strome or a Milano or a
Yeah.
Rodriguez.
And I still just think the Gerard shade doesn't make any sense, which we talked about it, but what are your thoughts on it, Evan?
My thoughts are, I mean, they don't have to. They have no reason to rush into anything because there's no nothing they really have to do. But I don't think we should put it past them. Like, I think it's a real possibility because they've got a lot of defensemen. He has value. You're not trading Bowen Byram. You're just not doing that.
Yeah.
And my thing,
Any of the people who think that they aren't going to be able to find the money for Byram in the future are just crazy. They're keeping Bowen Byram.
yeah.
So,
My thing is,
go ahead.
Bowen Byram really took off in the playoffs, and it really happened when Gerard went down. If you're the Avs, are you sitting there saying, well, this is a guy that we can play 20-plus minutes a night, and we can hope the Avs just sign Jonas Johansson?
Are you serious?
Hold on.
Again?
It says Colorado Avalanche signed Johansson. Yeah, he's back.
Marcus or Jonas?
Jonas Johansson's
Okay,
back.
so that's him and it'll be the tandem in
Yeah.
the AHL, whatever.
What is their obsession with JoJo?
Yeah, Jonas Johansson really messed up my train of thought here. But no, I was just saying with Gerard, it's just you're dealing from a position of strength. You don't really have to do anything now, but he is the guy that's there. You just won the cup without him. Not saying you obviously you would have won it with him, but now you have options. And if you really want to unleash Byram, maybe that's the guy in his way. I don't know. You're not moving him unless you get the right deal. That's really all it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd be extremely stingy with that deal.
Yeah, which the Avs would be. That's their thing.
What would you give Evan Rodriguez?
Mm.
A high five, a ride to the airport? Like, damn, dude.
I don't have a good read on a number for him as well. Let me see. I mean, how many years are you giving him?
I was thinking 3.
Yeah, you get 3 years at like 3.5 or something.
I was gonna go with 3.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Okay.
say 3.5 too. Give him the Grubauer deal. Because he's the type of guy like if they had gone and gotten Cop, if Newhook, he's not blocking Newhook.
For sure.
Yeah.
They'll get him out of the way if Newhook ascends, definitely.
Yep.
I mean, the JJ deal's irrelevant. It'll be buried in the AHL. It doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah. So what? Do you want something like this? Sure. Yeah.
They're already having a Claude Giroux press conference. He's just like, "Yeah, I'm here."
I'm here too, AJ. I could hear you. So thank you. I'll get that out.
I forget.
I heard you said something. Yeah.
Gotta fill my water cup. Be right back.
Golly, man.
David Braun's only 2 years. Detroit.
That's fascinating. That almost feels like a middle finger to the Blues.
Yeah. I haven't seen the money. Have you?
No.
I don't know if that's been out there.
I have not seen it either.
Every
Yeah,
time he leaves St. Louis, he always just ends up back in St. Louis. So it's like,
Yeah. They'll trade him to him at the deadline.
Yeah. Porn bots are back. God.
Yeah, last time we got porn bots, they signed JoJo, so. Oh, so the Preds now signed Roland McCune and Jordan Gross. So they just looked at the Colorado Eagles and said, "That's what I want." Ooh, Kubalik to Detroit. Continuing a weird day for the Red Wings.
They're signing a lot of people.
We have 50 Swedish bucks from Robin, who says, if you're asking me what I'd give Kadri, I'd give him a hug, but not a contract.
I don't know
Fair
what
enough.
that translates to at all.
Yeah, I have no idea how much a kroner is worth compared to $1.
Any guesses?
Like 5 to 1. So that's
Yeah, I was
like
gonna say
$10 maybe.
10 or 12 bucks.
10 or 12 bucks, that's the guess?
Yep.
It is $4.74.
People are
Or
attacking Robin on
$5.
social media. Robin's the man. Get off his back.
Why are people
Yeah.
attacking him?
Just because, I mean,
Because it's
He's
Twitter?
expressed-
Got it.
He did the same thing that I did. He expressed skepticism over the price of some of these contracts.
yeah.
And right now it's like, they just want to Stanley Cup. How dare you be critical of anything under the sun ever?
All right, look, you know you're doing well when there's people criticizing you for being a homer and also criticizing you for being negative about the team, okay?
Mhm. Goaltender spent parts of last 2 seasons with Colorado.
Are we making a graphic for JJ?
No.
Okay.
No.
I need my boy Z to sign so I can post that video of him smelling salts again.
I always loved your class bully tweet.
Yeah, that always. I think that's my pin tweet, and people always like new people always find it, and just always that thing's like 6 years old.
Yeah.
That was during the dumpster fire season, I think. Never again. Yeah, he passes it. I'm watching it now. He avoids giving it to Eric Jelena and gives it to Soderbergh. That was the dumpster fire season.
Bednar couldn't stand Eric Jelena. Felt bad for Eric Jelena. He gets acquired because Patrick Wall loves him and has a specific way that he wants to use him. Patrick Wall quits. Jared Bednar rolls in and is like, this guy's fucking terrible.
I felt less bad about it because he was not a good hockey player.
He was correct.
Well, he ended up like he got so much worse. Because like that guy was running New Jersey's power play for a little while there.
He had the big shot. He caused
that thing could go
delay
literally anywhere. That thing could go 90 degrees to the right, and I would be like not surprised. Had zero control over that bomb.
Yeah, he caused that 50-minute delay or whatever in Anaheim. Because I remember I had a men's league game that night. I went into my game and I came out and like 20 minutes, like barely end of the game had passed because that delay took forever.
Yep, that was awful. An awful day.
He just delayed that season.
Not the longest Avs delay in recent history, but awful.
Yeah. C to Philly. Why not C to Philly? I would be right up what they're doing, like Nick Delorier and everything.
Yeah, it would add up.
That team doesn't make any sense.
Jeremy Rutherford tweeted trying to confirm speculation that the Arch is being relocated to Detroit. And people are tagging me.
Already in Denver.
It's the stupidest shtick I've ever had, I swear to God. It's so dumb.
That's still your picture, too.
So dumb.
With a guitar in it, too.
Yeah.
Looks like Kubalik is going to Detroit also. Mm-hmm. Dude, what is Yzerman doing? He's just signing a bunch of random dudes.
He's
Nick Patan's going to Minnesota.
So we're not actually doing a pod today, right? Like a proper.
We don't need to. Like this counts.
Just thinking, because like
we can
gonna
do
be on
the
air
if you want, but we don't need to.
No, I wasn't planning on it. I was just making sure we were all on the same page.
Yeah. Unless like the Avs do a bunch of crazy shit at the end of the day, we don't need one.
Okay, I'm cool with that.
Did you guys talk about the Malkin deal late last night?
We mentioned it, but we didn't really get into it.
It's just really weird how like he's going to market, and he must have gotten word that he was not going to get
what he thought he
good
was
offers.
Get. Yeah.
And I was trying to pet him.
Yeah, he got paid less than Val Nichushkin did on the AAV.
Yeah. Either he got word that he was not going to get some very good offers, or he was like, I don't want to go anywhere.
Or they gave him the 4th year, and he was like, I am not getting that elsewhere.
I think it was the 4th year for sure.
It's the same deal as Letang, wasn't it?
Letang's was 6.
Yeah, money-wise, I guess.
Elliot Friedman is just spamming tweets that say 2 years.
There you go. Paul Stastny, one of the highest ones left on TSN's free agent board.
Yes. Paul Stastny, come home.
Yeah, just Avs fan fiction right there. Let it come true.
This is so funny.
AJ's like having a giggle fit over there.
He's still thinking about the Arch, I think.
You gotta share with the cloud.
I am still thinking about the Arch.
Yeah, you kind of get to the point now where it's like, how much money is left for some of these guys?
Yeah.
There are some teams. The Ducks have a ton of money. Calgary has a ton of money. Seattle still has a good amount of money. There's a couple other teams out east that have a good amount. Buffalo, but
New Jersey.
Yeah, well, it's hard to say with.
Jersey's is,
Yeah, could be tied up at the moment.
but Jersey also has multiple. They've got to get a new contract for Vanacek. They've got to get especially a new contract for Jesper Bratt, who had 73 points this year. They need new contract for Miles Wood, who sucks, but everybody loves anyway. So their cap space is a little miragey.
Yeah.
Carolina's is like 20 million in cap space, and
Even with Brent Burns?
No.
Oh, okay.
The Burns deal is not on here. They also need new deals for Netchus and Bear.
And Netchus is, I like that guy. He maybe hasn't been as good as I thought he was going to be yet.
Every time I watch the Canes play, I'm like, why isn't Martin Netchus not a star?
Yeah. He always reminded me of Jason Spezza. Just the way he played.
Yeah, Jesper Bratt's really good. People always I talked about him in a potential redraft of that year, and everyone just wrote his ass off, and I was like, okay.
Ooh. Yeah, saying that the Avs housekeeping is officially done makes it sound like the Avs are done for the day.
Okay,
I get the email from.
I wrote that tweet, just so you know. It wasn't Yaya.
Okay. Rudo saying Avs housekeeping is officially done makes it sound like the Avs are done for the day.
Yeah, it's not. It's their housekeeping's done. Now they can go outside.
Confused for a minute. I'm like, what the fuck did I write?
Now they can leave their house and go acquire new goods.
Step outside, get some fresh air, see the world.
See Zadorov out there and 180 back into the house.
Yeah. Don't do that. Bring him home.
$5 from Mishka. JTC is a UFA next year, just so we are clear about who Seattle will sign for the Avs.
I like this. I like this pipeline being built.
They're all just following Ryan Clark and Kate Shefty.
Yeah. You leave Washington as a goalie, you go to Colorado. If you leave Toronto, you go to Edmonton. You leave Colorado, you go to Seattle.
There's pathways here.
Yeah. You leave
how
the
this shit works.
Cardinals. Everyone's got a path.
Dude, I don't understand how Greg McKett keeps hanging around in the league.
I mean, he's getting two-way deals and playing.
Sure.
Playing in the AHL.
He gets NHL games every year, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, Brad Malone played in the postseason last year.
That's true. That's true.
Once again, I say Edmonton, just being so Edmonton.
They gave Claude Giroux a jersey at his introduction ceremony, but it didn't have a number on it. Which I do find
because Connor Brown wears 28 and he hasn't been traded yet. I think that's been the rumor all day, is that he's getting traded.
Yeah, and that Edmonton will have to find new homes for Warren Fogle and Jesse Puljujarvi.
We'll see.
Yeah, I've already got Ottawa on the radar for playoffs next year.
Their defense is not good enough.
Well, you know who they could sign?
Zadorov.
Big old boy. Yeah.
Big old boy.
Ottawa? I don't know.
I think he'd like anywhere they pay him.
Fair enough.
He signed in
What,
Calgary.
Yeah.
I don't see the Avs trading a guy who could play center for a guy who can't play center.
What's this now? Oh,
Comfort
Comfort
for
for
pool party. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, the guys out there. I think I like Evan Rodriguez the most. If they're
Same.
looking for a guy in that second line center role, certainly more than Dylan Strome, stylistically.
I'd be fine with either just because I'm apparently the believer in Alex Newhook on this pod.
Well, I mean, yeah, neither are going to block
you.
Hook if he gets good.
Right, exactly.
Have you tried getting good?
He looked like a guy who, at the end of the year, was just worn out. Like, I think he played more games this year than he did the prior 2 seasons combined.
Yeah.
And
I
mean,
agree with you, and that's why I try not to draw too strong a conclusion from that performance. But also, like, the team was like, well, don't super duper trust this guy, so we're going to play him 6 minutes a night.
Mm-hmm. Well, he also, I mean, he looked tired and he looked like a guy who had no confidence. He didn't want the puck on his stick the entire postseason. Like, he was getting rid of it immediately. So, just got to get that back because he had some definite flashes during the year.
Well, I mean, it's part of the reason why I've always thought Newhook was such a good succession plan for Burakovsky, because he's another guy that seems to go the way his confidence goes. And when Newhook's feeling it, and like you said, Evan wants the puck on his stick, the kid's got real skill, like legit skill.
Yeah. And we talked on the Nuke pod that the bumper roll, maybe Nuke goes there. Newhook is a guy you could put there too, because he can unleash. That was several of his goals this year. Was that one timer right there?
Yeah.
the thing that I feel good about with it is that you always have that little bit of an adjustment period. You guys talked about the exhaustion factor of kids that come out of NCAA, where they always do kind of run into that physical exhaustion wall at the end of seasons. And he's got a proper full season under his belt now. I think he knows what to expect a little bit better and how to take care of himself a little bit better.
And he'll have a shortened off season to recover. It'll be great.
You know.
Yeah, and he might still be hitting it hard.
I would be.
Bo was the one that I just I kept laughing that 21 by 2 weeks and then you win the Stanley Cup. I can't even imagine what that was like for him.
I imagine it's super weird. Like, because there's a world where that dude never wins another one.
Oh.
You could imagine Eric Johnson giving him the Billy Madison, shaking his cheeks like,
yeah,
embrace it.
Well, and it's like that stuff happened. Like, look at Corey Perry. Dude won one in his sophomore season.
I don't want to look at Corey Perry.
And he hasn't won one since. He's come close. But, like, I bet now, like, Corey Perry appreciates that cup win back then so much more than he did when he won it.
Yeah, and then you have Darren Helm.
Yeah.
He just, got called up and helped win a cup, and now you got it again.
Mm-hmm.
No, you can't get rid of him.
Yeah. That's so weird that he was called up, helped him win a cup, and then he spent the next year in the AHL, I think. That's just how that team did things back then.
Yep. And the part of today that's interesting to me is how quiet it's been on so many fronts. Usually there's rumors flying around about all these guys like crazy, and we've heard nothing about Paul Stastny.
Literally the biggest news about Nazem Kadri today has been Well, Nazem Kadri's going through the process.
Yeah, he's
He will
considering
be
all
interviewing
options.
teams.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's so funny, Rudo, because like I do feel like in the past for players like that, for players like Gaudreau, yeah, the word starts getting out there. It's down to these 5 teams. It's down to these 3 teams, or it sounds like it's between this team or this team, and there's just none of that.
Yep, it's super, super slim.
Yeah. It's these guys knew what obviously Jack Campbell signed half a second into free agency. Like these guys have talked.
Yeah.
You
They had
mean
an
he
idea.
didn't work out the contract structure in a 45-second phone call?
Yeah. Like him and Giroux were just like, yep. They're just waiting with their pen at 10:01 or whatever.
That sounds great.
Does the
Like
NHL still uses fax machines, right? You have to like fax it into the league.
He's still, God. Could you imagine being like one of the interns that gets hired by the NHL and you like roll
Sit
in
by
and
the
you're like,
fax
What the
machine
hell is
all day.
this?
what is this large piece of office equipment?
I know. My
Why
wife
does it
has
have a phone on the side of it? Am I calling somebody?
Well, my wife still has a corded phone for her work, and my daughter like picks it up all the time and is like, "What is this?" You'll never know. You'll never pick up that corded phone and hear on the other end the beeping because someone's on the internet. You can't use the phone.
Well, I think it's Dave Chappelle has a joke, and you don't think about it until like you put it into perspective. Now, how like you used to not know who was on the other end of the phone until you picked it up.
Yeah.
Like you had to pick
Caller
up the phone
ID was not a thing when we were kids.
to figure out who was calling you. You had to actually answer it.
God, could you imagine the robocallers back when we didn't have caller ID? Bunch of suckers just picking up phones all day long. Hello?
Fish in a barrel. Yeah.
Oh my
Idiots.
God.
Yeah, Kadri's evaluating his options, but there really just cannot be that many options out there right
Yeah.
now.
I agree.
I would imagine one of them is just like the Avs being like, "This is what we're offering."
Get back to us.
Yeah, it can't change. This is what we can offer.
Sakic and MacFarland are just texting pictures of Kadri, photos from the parade.
Remember when Nas?
And then they're going and they're digging up the news stories from the local media from all the cities pursuing him that are their own version of Denver in decay. And just sending him that, like, you really want to live there? Does that look like a nice place to raise your family? No, stay in Denver, Nas.
Yeah. The Palat one is still the one that's like we've heard Kadri, like he's going through. We've heard
Yeah.
Gaudreau. We haven't heard anything about Palat.
Anything about Palat.
Palat.
He's coming off a monster playoff season.
Yeah.
And he's got a winning pedigree.
Yeah. Palat's always been a really good two-way player, too.
Maybe he'll sign with Detroit too, like everyone else.
All those players just following Stevie. Like, well,
I mean, look, in Steve Yzerman's defense, everybody knows free agency is the best place to build a roster.
The Sharks are retaining 33% of Brent Burns'
yeah.
contract.
Yeah.
It ended up being like $5.5 million that
Yeah.
Carolina had to pay.
So they decided to do that instead of Klingberg was attached to Carolina for a while too. I don't know.
I
don't know how I
don't
feel about that one.
understand that move. Yeah, I think that's dumb as fuck from Carolina.
Well, Brent Burns' shoot from anywhere on the goddamn ice sure works well in Carolina.
Yeah, but he sucks.
I was actually when I saw he was on the block, Rudo. I was like, damn, if for some crazy reason the Avs made that pitch, your buddy would be stoked.
Yeah, he'd be all about it.
He'd be like, thank God we got an upgrade on Cale Makar here.
I don't think I want to hear that story. Everybody thinks Brent Burns is an upgrade. How much longer is Burns signed for?
3 more years.
To even get out of that contract is pretty good work for.
Yeah, I agree. Sharks did a good job to dump that, let alone get value for it.
Yeah, like get an asset that they could maybe dream on.
Yep.
McKinnon should be getting signed sometime. I don't know about this week, but I don't feel like it'll take very long. Then they're gonna have their whole forward core like locked in for the next like 4 or 5 years.
Yep.
Because I think the next expiring contract after McKinnon's next year, I think is Mikko, right?
And he's still 5 years away, right?
3.
Oh, it says only 3.
Mm-hmm.
That's closer than I thought.
Only.
Yeah, I know. But...
Yeah, and they've got Manson, Girard, and Makar for at least 4 more years together. Plus, they'll have 4 years of RFA control for Byram.
Yep.
And then, Taves is the big question, I think.
When do you guys think David Perron goes back to the Blues?
The deadline.
That's what I said. All signs just end to him always going back to the Blues. It doesn't matter.
All Perron roads end in St. Louis.
Well, yeah, it's 2 years. Not going to be long. And Nino's still out there. People don't want to sign him because there's still a bunch of people with Mike mentions were saying we can't bring him here because he ended the season. It's like, who cares?
Yeah, that's ancient history now.
Won a Stanley Cup. Get over it.
Yep.
He's only 29. It feels like he's been around for
I
800 years.
He's only 29 too. I was
It
like,
feels
I thought
like
that
he's
dude
been
was
around literally my whole adult life.
Yep.
That must have been like rookie year then. The 13-14.
2014. What year was he drafted? Was he 2010? Yeah, he's because he had just been traded. What?
Yeah, he was
from Islanders to
Mm-hmm.
Minnesota or whatever,
and was immediately in the league. Yeah, it's always those kids who join the league at 18. That's like they've been here forever.
That was the Cal Clutterbuck deal.
Fifth overall in 2010.
Yep.
This is why we don't talk about Nino.
Because you're still mad about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought Jesse's wall was super hipster as well. I couldn't believe it.
I think it's super cool.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's pretty cool. That's wine? Is that what's?
Yeah, they're wine boxes.
Oh. I'm not going to show that to my wife, then she's going to want it.
Well, it actually came with the house. I wish I'd love to take credit for it, but it was one of those things that it was it catches everyone's attention the first time you walk in for sure.
I also can't take credit for it, but I love the wood paneling.
Yeah,
back there. Yeah. It's my favorite part of that setup.
Looks sick.
No one notices the wood paneling though. Everyone in the chat talks about your deer.
Yeah, it's the deer,
Yeah, I know.
which is just like okay.
But also, you should have just taken credit for it.
I do.
True.
I killed that.
No, I mean the wall too.
Oh,
Like, no one knows. No one knows.
I installed it myself actually.
Yeah, like, I put that up after the podcast.
I did that shit right there.
Like me, I built this couch.
Confirmed with your bare hands.
Yeah.
Yep. Stuff the pillows and everything.
Would Patrice Bergeron be a consideration? I mean, if the price is right, yeah.
He's not going anywhere other than.
Yeah, I think he'll stay in Boston too. But
I think he'd just retire if he didn't if they didn't get the money. I'm actually surprised he came back, considering everything that's going on there.
yeah, I thought he was going to retire, but you know,
Oh, what are you guys still watching? Several different streams. I've
just
consolidated down
TSN really at this point,
I'm down to just TSN.
and a Twitter feed, of course. But
Yeah, I haven't even turned TV on today.
Yeah, I'm just sticking to social media. I don't need to hear.
Yeah, the TV doesn't do anything for me at this point. Social media has things first, and then we talk about it. So I guess we can transition this into like a bigger picture look here. But has anybody closed the gap in a meaningful way on Colorado today? Out west. Don't worry about the east.
So I'm gonna go kind of a step further here. I don't think anybody has really moved the needle that crazy, with the exception of Ottawa. And even them, I don't know.
they
You know,
were
Harry
close in the first
Harry
place.
made that point earlier. Like, they missed the playoffs by over 25 points. You know, I mean, like that's a lot to make up, even with really good moves they made today. And out west,
Yeah,
no,
did anyone in the Central even get better?
No, St. Louis lost.
Yeah, St. Louis
Got
got
one
worse.
guy in the playoffs who could score consistently.
Nashville's done nothing.
Nashville added McDonough for free.
That wasn't today, though.
Okay, fair.
Edmonton, like I
Marchment in Dallas.
Yeah, Marchman and Dow. That's fair. That's fair.
I guess maybe if they bring back Klingberg, if he's an idiot and he wants to go back. Minnesota now has to rely, like Fleury, from what I understand, he was like, "Oh, this is a tandem. I guess I'll sign here," and now he's the guy. Like,
right.
You're depending on a 38-year-old guy to be your number one. We'll see.
Who lost the job in the playoffs? Yeah.
So you're looking at a Nashville team that may have improved a bit defensively this offseason, and a Minnesota team that is cap crippled as your major two competitors right now? Or do you feel St. Louis is still in that conversation?
Minnesota lost Kevin Fiala for nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, they got nothing at the NHL level to help them. So unless Minnesota's kids are going to come up and make a huge impact, I don't think Minnesota's taken a step forward. I don't even think they've stayed the same.
Yeah.
I think Minnesota just straight up got worse so far.
So that's what I'm saying is, like, are the Avs just going to run away with the Central again this year? But obviously, a lot of offseason still to go. Things could change. But
there's not that much offseason to go, though.
I mean, there's a whole month and a half.
But the majority of the
it would have
landscape-changing moves.
Sure.
Majority of them are finished. Obviously, if Nazem Kadri signs in Dallas, we feel differently, right?
Definitely, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Central I'm not worried about. Pacific, I think some teams maybe got better.
I think the Kings are going to be a little better.
I think the Kings are going to be better. I think the Kraken are going to be better. I like.
I don't know that they'll be relevantly better, but
I don't know that they'll be competitive enough to matter. But I agree with you. Yeah.
Edmonton, I don't know.
I think they're better. I don't think they're good.
Calgary has gotten worse, though.
Yeah.
Yep. And then, Calgary's gotten a lot worse.
Yeah.
Edmonton, I for me, Jack Campbell doesn't move the needle at all for me until he actually goes and moves the needle himself. And then Vegas, I guess, is still kind of like this, not wild card, but like
Vegas got better by they might have healthy players next season. Like,
right.
But they still have to do.
Yeah, they're work to do for Vegas for sure.
They still have to do something. So
LA might win that division.
I'll be picking Vegas.
Yeah, it's I think that's a good question, AJ. I don't To short answer your question after all the conversation, no, I don't think any team closed the gap on Colorado.
Still,
At least not with what they've done today. We'll see where Kadri lands, but
So that's the thing. The Avs are losing Nazem Kadri and Andre Burakovsky, like
Sure.
right off the top.
But, like, there's an argument that the
However,
Avs got worse too, but
they are adding Josh Manson and Arturi Lehkonen to their regular season roster, which they did not have for most of last season.
right.
And so you're balancing, and look, they haven't replaced the 2C yet. So until we have an idea of what their answer is at that position,
it's hard to gauge for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, yes, I think the Avs are going to take a step back. I feel like that's inevitable, that they get a little bit worse in some areas, but
Are they still up at the top? Yeah.
Edmonton they'll get a full season out of Evander Kane and a full season out of Brett Kulak, and Duncan Keith won't be there to be terrible anymore. They're going to get better goaltending, I would assume, out of Jack Campbell.
$2 from Blake. I think that's Blake Wheeler. I'm not 100% sure if that's you, Blake, but I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah.
What's going on with Kaprizov in Russia? And then a $5 from Josh saying Kaprizov is still stuck in Russia with political BS. Wild will be hurting. I would expect him to be back in time for the regular season, but you never know.
Yeah, I'm not on July 13th. I'm not going to
freak out about it.
Have this conversation, really.
Yep.
About what's going on with rookies.
Bennett Wheeler. Okay.
We don't know for sure what all is real and what's fake coming out of these situations. We have no idea any kind of long-term ramifications. So I'm not worrying about those guys until training camp starts and they're not here.
Yep.
Then I'll start to think that, okay, this could have an impact. Until then, it's just a lot of jumping the gun.
Yep.
Drager says there's a good possibility a decision's not going to be made today with Kadri.
Yeah, we expected that, to be honest.
Yep.
As it's starting to get a little long in the tooth here. It's almost 4 p.m.
I mean, I guess if he knows there's only a certain amount of teams there, he doesn't have to rush into it.
Well, this is where I also was talking about the longer the Gaudreau thing continues, the more I think he's going to the Islanders.
Okay. The whole Wheeler family's out here in the chat. Well, thank you very much, Bennett.
You think Kadri's going to the Islanders?
No, Johnny Gaudreau. And if Gaudreau lands on the island, they've got to do something because they don't have enough cap space for that shit. And Noah Dobson and Alexander Romanov, who they just gave up a first-round pick for, still need to be given new deals. So they would have to dump some money here.
So some interesting stuff still to come, perhaps.
Yeah.
David Braun, 2 years, $4.75 million a year.
Okay.
That's not that bad.
Yeah, that's fine. He'll end up in St. Louis when they...
St. Louis let him walk over that?
I was just about to say that, AJ.
That is weird.
That's a really weird decision.
That's a little stinky.
It's a little stinky.
How long is this process today? Well, I mean, really, this process will go over the next handful of days. We'll probably wrap it up in an hour or so because we're only human, but...
Yeah, well, and this is starting to slow down. We're starting to have the same conversations about 4 dudes now.
Yeah.
Well, and now, especially with Kadri not
going to make a decision officially, kind of. Yeah.
Well, I want to know Kadri or Kadri, Gaudreau, Niederreiter. There's a bunch of depth defensemen I'm curious about.
Yep.
Those middle class guys that we've been talking about, the Stroms. Sonny Milano, Danton Heinen, like all these types of guys. Like, if I pull up this list here, hold on, let me see. Free agents, yeah, we're still at.
Yeah, there's still plenty of interesting dudes, but
sorting just by points last season, it's Gaudreau, Kadri, Bergeron, Strome, Kessel, Palat, Strome, Klingberg, Stasny, Niederreiter, Rodriguez. I'll skip Riley Smith. I'll skip Rem Pitlick, Sonny Milano, Danton Heinen, Ryan Donato, Kelly Yarncrook, Andre Kasha, Matthias Janmark, et cetera, et cetera. So now you're into more depth guys. But defensively, you also get there's a Nikita Zadorov.
Yeah, there is.
PK
Calvin
Subban
DeHaan's down there. Yeah.
Yeah, Calvin DeHaan is there.
Calvin DeHaan's finger snaps signing a contract.
Dude.
So, AJ, you're talking about the longer this goes on, the more you feel like it's likely that Gaudreau goes to the Islanders.
Yeah.
Where are we getting the sense, or what's everyone's kind of sense with Kadri? The longer this goes on, more of a chance he comes back to Colorado, less of a chance?
I would say the longer it goes on and the Avs don't do anything, the more they believe they're still in it.
Right.
The longer it goes on, the more it's really going to test how committed is Kadri to his statement that he wants to win.
Right.
Because the number of teams that he can legitimately have a chance to win on shrinks a lot faster than the number of teams that can afford it.
Right. Well, so like
Great
just
point.
looking at this list, to Evan's point from earlier of who's kind of left, you're looking at teams with just purely more money than the Avs that fall into that tier.
Yeah.
Carolina.
Yeah. I think Carolina's out there.
I guess you could technically say Calgary, but I think we all agree that they're kind of out of that window now.
Nashville.
Yeah.
Another center.
Nashville, right.
The rest of their roster is pretty much signed. It's just a bunch of smaller pieces for them to figure out.
Dallas could throw some money at him.
And then Dallas is the only other one that I would.
Dallas really a proper cup contender, though?
No.
I think that they're a team that's a playoff team, though.
Sure.
And that's where you start. You say, okay, I want playoff teams. All right, well, I want playoff teams with money.
Are they a playoff team on the way up, I guess, is the real question.
Kadri would be one of the younger guys there.
Kadri would help push him in the right direction for sure. But
so what? So Nashville, Carolina, Dallas.
Yeah, and that's for like actual good teams. That's probably about it. That isn't Colorado, obviously. But
right, I'm going to take Calgary out of that because I think they're about to flip into rebuild mode after what happened.
I think this probably enhances Calgary making a run at him. Actually,
think so.
I don't know how he would view Calgary without Johnny Gaudreau.
Right.
I do also wonder, like, not a competitive team, but Anaheim is sitting on an outrageous amount of cap space.
Anaheim has been my dark horse team for Kadri for months now, because they're a team that I think could talk themselves into. We're close. We're a 1C away from competing.
And Kadri's totally a 1C. We'll totally give him $9 million. It'll totally be fine.
Right. Chris and
Detroit has signed 1 million players today, and they still have a good chunk of cap space, and they're losing some like decent sized contracts next year.
And that's if Kadri
get Larkin done, a new Larkin deal.
And by the way, Dallas has roughly 13 million in cap space, and they still need to sign Robertson. Someone pointed out in the chat. Good call.
$2 from Caleb here. Yeah, who says, wish we could have pods like this all the time.
We don't.
Yeah, we do this on important days because there's enough to talk about. If we did this on a random Thursday in the off season, it would be awful.
This is kind of what I
4-hour podcast.
This is kind of what I wish our Q&A shows felt more like.
Yeah, where we just shoot the shit for like 4
Yeah,
hours.
where we just have a couple of topics and not 4 hours. I was thinking like 90 minutes tops.
Sure.
But yeah, like a much more like, hey, we're just talking about the league, kind of a free flowing conversation. What do you like about this? What do you like about that? You know, interacting back and forth with chat.
Yeah, would be cool for sure.
That's why, I mean, I'm just saying that's, and during the summer, we always do a lot more of these types of shows because we have more time.
Definitely.
Oh my God, Detroit has to pay Justin Abelkader for 4 more years.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
contract was so bad.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of teams, so I can see why he's just like, all right, well, I don't
Well,
have to.
and then like, you know, if he reneges on his deal where he doesn't actually care about going to a winner, now you go to Buffalo. Now you could go to Seattle. There's a lot more options for him then.
Each hour, Sakic and MacFarland are taking $100 off the contract.
You're on the clock.
$100. Oh no, it's been a day.
Oh my God.
And that's how you end
Taking
up with
$2,400 off my deal. Oh,
That's
no.
how they ended up
Fine.
with Landy's old deal of $5,872,000.
Yeah, that was random.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the Yager tweet?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a good tweet.
So good.
Whew. Man, really nothing is happening now. It's just screeched to a complete halt.
Dude, even the AHL deals aren't coming in.
Yeah, right.
Like you do wonder like what is the weird holdup here, because normally we'd start getting AHL deals all over the place.
Like, you do wonder if there's like a guy who's 12 teams is like, this is our plan A, and he hasn't decided yet.
Yeah.
So it's just holding up a bunch of teams from going to their plan Bs.
Yeah.
I still like
True.
I've said it a million times. I still don't understand how we haven't heard anything about Andre Palat. Like
It is odd.
not even like a hint of a name.
Like he's going to market. He has hit the market.
He's
He has been on the market.
One of the better players on the market.
It has been 4 hours.
Maybe he's sleeping.
Dude,
Yeah,
what a power move that would be. I woke up this morning and I was like, what time is it? And it was like, I was like 8:45, and I was like, okay, we're cool. My alarm goes off in 5 minutes. We're good.
Well, I woke up at 7:45 and it was like Campbell's expected to sign here. This guy's expected. It's like, what? I was like, what time is it?
Yeah.
Not too late.
Did I miss it?
Yeah. I don't know. I guess there's nothing. There's nothing coming in.
It's literally just dead right now.
At least Darcy Kemper had the decency to wait. Everyone knew he was going to Washington. He's like, let's make it seem like we're negotiating something.
Yeah.
Give it a couple
Sometime
hours.
in the next 2 months, the Avs are going to back a dump truck onto Mac's front lawn full of money, and then he'll be an Av for life.
Yeah, it'll get done. Might not be today.
I don't think it'll be today, but
I agree. I don't think it'll be today because I think they need to know what their other plans are. If they're giving Kadri a monster deal,
Yep.
That might be the other thing. If Kadri decides, hey, I'm signing in Colorado, but they need to do a few things. If I let them know, hey, I'm planning on taking your offer, and they go out and because they're going to have to make moves,
Yep.
then he's got to wait for them. Like he doesn't have to wait for them, but okay, now they're gonna make moves, and that might delay some of this process a little bit too.
If they sign Kadri, then the trade Gerard people are just going to be out of control.
Yeah, well, I mean,
And they have good
the
reason
three
to.
avenues, to clearing out that kind of space are: you buy out Eric Johnson, you trade JT Compher, you trade Sam Girard.
Yep.
Or you do all three. You trade Compher and Girard in the same deal. You try and maximize your return there. Have it be maybe futures heavy. Get a couple of picks back that you'll no doubt use at the deadline, and then go from there.
Yeah, I mean you're getting pretty deep into speculation at that point because there are no clear lines into how the Avs are planning on doing that at this point.
Yeah.
Excuse me. $5 from Sam, who says you guys are great and content second to none. Based on signings today, has that changed your thoughts on any of the Avs moves? Not really. Same
No.
spot I was in before.
They were a really good team. They remain a really good team. They're set up to be a really good team next year, and I'm excited to see them, man. Losing guys like Kadri and Burakovsky is gonna hurt, but the fact that they kept the defense together bodes well for their ability to moneyball up the goaltender position, and it bodes well for kind of future proofing your roster. If you're going to be great defensively, you're going to be competitive. If you're going to be great defensively and you're also going to have elite offensive talent on your roster that's signed for a long time, you're going to be a top contender for a long time. The Avs have sort of ensured that this championship window is probably 5 years at this point with the work that they have done in the last year. That's probably where they are right now. This is a 5-year window or so now that they've given themselves. Give or take, major injury or a trade or a cap going crazy or another pandemic or, whatever, some of the unpredictable nature of sports and stuff. But on paper, understanding aging curves, et cetera, they've given themselves a very, very good chance to compete at a high level for the next several years.
Yeah. The way I'm interpreting that question is also like, do any of the moves today, any of the contracts change your opinion on like Nichushkin's contract? Does it look better or worse in hindsight?
No.
I don't know. I would say I thought Kopp's contract was going to come in a little bit higher just based off of everything, and it didn't really come in. So it's just we'll never know what Nuke was going to be offered on the open market.
Yeah. Kopp I had at 5 years at about $5.5 million, so he came in right in line where I thought it was going to land. Really, the biggest sticker shock that I've seen on any single contract this entire free agency period was Nichushkin's, but to a lesser extent, like what Goodbranson got, what Nick Leddy got, what Ben Sherratt got.
I do think Trocheck getting 7 years is a lot.
Trocheck getting 7 years, I would agree.
I think it's interesting there because on the defensive side, I agree. The defensive moves make the Manson one look pretty good.
Yep.
All of the forwards, and particularly the centers that are getting signed, you saw both Kopp and Trocheck get 5.625, and that's the number that I was like, that's kind of what I would have liked to see Nuke at.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's a nitpick. Am I gonna, lose my mind over $500K for Nuke? No, but I think it reinforces the idea of maybe they overpaid him just a touch, and you live with that.
There's a tweet someone said Floyd Mayweather is like Goodbranson's agent when it comes to legalized bank robbing. I'm the best.
$2 from Kyle, who says, how much does Mac get Gaudreau affected at all? Mac gets a blank check from Joe Sakic and gets to write whatever number he wants on it, basically.
I tell you, it's turned into a really important one, right? Like if he does them the solid that he said he was going to do a few years ago, and
it takes like 11.5 or something. Yeah,
I was thinking 10.5. Honestly,
that would be like a crazy good solid.
But I also want to know where the Gaudreau thing comes in, because if Gaudreau comes in at 10.5, Mac can't.
Right, he has to be above.
Based purely on the fact that he's a center.
Yeah.
I thought that was a microwave. I was like, whoa.
Sorry. I don't know. I don't think Gaudreau gets 10. I think that was like the Hail Mary offer from Calgary.
I agree, actually.
Try to keep him there. I don't know if anybody's going to give it.
All signs pointed toward it money not being the issue for Gaudreau in Calgary. So
yeah, but that might be because he turned down $80 million because he knows he's got 75 coming from New Jersey.
Yeah. Yeah.
True. So I do want to see where Gaudreau comes in because I do think it could have a minor effect on McKinnon. I think they already have a pretty good idea of where they want to go with McKinnon's deal. I would say my realistic expectation, I'm expecting it to come in about 12 and a half.
Yeah,
And
12 and a half was the number I expected for
that's for the last few years. That's kind of where I've earmarked. But I would say for the last few pandemic years, because before when the cap was getting ready to go up, I was earmarking McKinnon's deal at more like 14 and a half. But then, the cap stopped going up. So
$2 from Miss Truly saying, is this a particularly unusual free agency day? No,
not
it's
really.
pretty normal. It's a little weird that like Gaudreau is still out there, that some of the bigger names haven't had their deals done, but it's within reasonable normalness. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say the only thing that I would say is unusual, and maybe this is what you just said. I'm sorry, I was reading. Is that, yeah, I feel like it's just the reverse of what we normally get for free agency.
a bunch of the mid-range guys got done immediately.
Yep.
Which it does make some sense knowing what we know. Like Gaudreau had narrowed it down to the Islanders in New Jersey pretty quickly, so most teams knew they were out on that, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Do you think
again,
Gaudreau's waiting for Philly to clear cap space?
the weird one, as we've said multiple times, is Palat.
Yeah. How do you value a 30-year-old two-way winger who's not super high end, but has tons of championship experience and is a very good playoff performer?
Yep.
How do you
Also
value that guy?
had a 49 and 71 season last year.
Because it's not like he's going to come in and be like your best player.
Right.
If he
But
is,
he could be an impact
that's
player.
bad. But like how do you value him at his age? Do you just give him kind of the same deal that Matt Zuccarello got a couple of years ago? Adjusting for inflation, because I think it was long enough ago that the pandemic may not have a major influence on that one. Anyway.
Excuse me.
I do. I'm just out here looking for in.
Yeah, I don't like if stuff doesn't start picking up on some names soon here, we might have to wind this thing down. I don't know.
It's just the fact that there's not that the signings aren't coming in. It's just that there's so little even out there in terms of
right. Like you're waiting on the big names. There's some interesting like depthy-ish guys, but even then there's like maybe 15 to 20 guys that you're really looking at here of any significant interest.
Do you have any favorite moves of the day, non-Colorado related? Moves that you just thought, boy, that team, that fit, that player, this really makes a lot of sense?
The Kulak re-signing just is still
about
price, and they need a defenseman, and very reasonable.
I Marchman in Dallas.
Kemper to Washington makes a lot of sense.
Kemper was more,
goaltending has failed that team. It failed them in the first round this year.
Yeah, Samsonov is terrible.
Yeah, Kemper's probably mine. Honestly, like there hasn't been a ton today that I've really like Vlad Nemesnikov to Tampa.
Yeah, really like the Cernak deal for them too. Cernak.
And you know what? This one's this is a small minor deal, but I actually do like Abe Kubel to Toronto. We were talking earlier, like I just feel like Toronto all their guys are very, very samey. Everyone kind of does the same shit, and I think he gives them something just a little different.
Is Wayne Simmons still going to be there next year?
I think so, right?
Because
No.
if Wade Simmons is still there, man, putting Knack with that guy gives them just like a really pesky physical depth line to play against.
Yep, Simmons has one more year.
Okay.
Oh my god, that Sergachev contract looks atrocious.
Dude,
Yeah, that thing is gnarly. That thing is gnarly.
That is fucking crazy. Like they almost gave him Victor Hedman's deal. And you're like,
$5 from Mitch, who says Mac on record saying he would take a discount to win at 9 to 10 a year is probably not out of the question.
$9 million is absolutely out of the question.
Anything under 10 would be like the NHLPA would be like, stop it.
The NHLPA would step in and be like, we have a huge problem with this.
Yeah.
Because star players have a responsibility to the other players to get a lot of money when they can.
To balance the market for everybody else,
Because if Nathan McKinnon's out here taking huge discount, it takes $9 million after all that shit. The PA would be hard after him to be like, no.
I've heard this before, and I don't even when did he even say this? Like 2 or 3 years ago?
This was at least 3 years ago.
It was a couple years ago, and he said it sort of in passing. It's not a very serious quote.
Well, he said,
and especially when you listen to it, where you're just like, I'm not going to chase every dollar. I'm open to the idea of taking less to continue to win. But it wasn't like, I'm going to take this massive discount. You know, it was nowhere near the way that it gets sold.
Well, he said I took less on this deal and I'll take less on my next one if it means we can win or if it means we can keep more guys around or something like that. He said I'll take less on my next one
also,
if it means whatever.
Less could mean $500K, like not $3 million.
Like when McDavid signed his contract, they're like, "Oh, it was going to be $13 million, it was $12.5 million."
Yeah, right.
Oh my god, what a hero!
Well, and he and McKinnon, he referenced the fact, he's like, Sid took a little bit less to keep the team together, and I'll do it too.
Sid also was able to sign one of those fucked up deals that he doesn't get to sign.
Yeah.
One of those ones that's like
million-year deal. That
deals.
Here's this 15-year contract.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking about the Kovalchuk one the other day. The first version of that.
That thing was disgusting.
17 years. Yeah.
Avs just did something.
Oh boy.
I think it's very small.
Of course it is.
Oh, it's literally small. Spencer Smallman.
No.
and Josh Jacobs and Spencer Smallman.
Oh wow,
there's their AHL deals.
Yeah, these are.
Wow, Spencer Smallman, they gave a 2-year deal.
Chicago Wolves, both of them.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at all these deals and I'm like, none of these
that dude's barely an AHL.
It's not a ton of deals that really step out as being awesome. I actually think that David Perron deal's really pretty good.
Good.
Yeah, I think that's a good deal.
I think it's a good contract to sign David Perron to, but I do think it's where it is, I think is weird.
Cool. So
I also think it's kind of odd because it's like nobody else in the league was going to offer David Perron that deal.
Right.
Or would even go to 2x5.
No contender saw that.
Yeah.
I mean, I do wonder how much of that is Perron wanted to go there type thing.
Yep, that's fair too.
Yeah. Gosh, Frank Vatrano is going to play with Zegras and score a lot of goals.
Yeah, I didn't mind the Toronto deal for Anaheim. I didn't mind it.
Well, it's like they've got to do something, right?
Yeah.
And then I do really like Giroux. I think that's a good
Yeah.
Isn't
Yeah.
Ottawa.
I like if you're looking at the whole, if you're going past today and looking at the offseason, Ottawa has fucking crushed it. Between Giroux to Brincat and some of the other moves they've made, including bringing in Talbot, like I really, really like what they've done.
This is going to be really homerish, but so far I think the Avs have dominated this offseason.
I mean, the Lehkonen deal was aces.
It's really just that they were on the precipice of losing a lot of guys.
Yeah.
And they've done a good job kind of dancing between some raindrops here to keep it together. Now we need to see what their answer is at 2C, because not having a second line center sunk them in the Vegas series.
It's a big deal.
So it is an important consideration. But with the guys that are still on the market,
we'll see.
Yeah, it makes you feel like, hey, maybe they played this perfectly and they end up with a solid 2C option, like he's passable at a much lower rate than we would have originally thought.
Yeah, it's especially as the day went on, the Avs did start to look better.
Yeah.
Because first of all, the Lehkonen deal I think is just great, and then the Manson deal they signed right before free agency hit, and it's like, okay, that feels a little expensive at the time they signed it.
Yeah,
and then you see Nick Leddy get $4 million, you see Goodbranson get $4 million, you see Chirot get almost $5 million, and you're like, you know what, this Josh Manson deal is actually pretty reasonable.
It's fine. Yeah,
yep.
It's right in line with all the others. Now, is that necessarily a good thing?
We'll see.
Oh, wow. These organizations made bad decisions, and the Avs contract is right there. Does that mean the Avs also made a bad decision, or is it the Avs are
actually getting the value
in the ballpark here?
Yeah.
And, which version of Josh Manson shows up? Is it the guy that's been kind of blah the last couple of years, or is it the guy they got in the postseason who ruled?
Somewhere in between.
Yeah. If it's somewhere in between, it's a home run of a deal.
Yeah, you're fine with that. Victor Rask sucks. $5 from Miss Truly. More food takes. Rank pie preferences: blueberry, cherry, mixed berry, apple, French.
Pie sucks.
In the context of everything, that Victor Rask sucks just came out of nowhere.
There was another comment asking about him. Apple pie, elite tier. All other pies are okay.
Yeah, I like French silk of those ones, but I'm not a big pie guy. I have to dump whipped cream on pie to make it better.
I would say of that list, cherry, apple, blueberry, French silk, mixed berry.
I did not know that you're a big pie guy.
I'm not, but I answered the question.
I do like apple would be my one, and mixed berry would be my two. The rest are like I'll eat them, but I'm not going to go out of my way to get blueberry, cherry, or French silk.
Oh, not having key lime on there, dude. Pumpkin is good.
Pumpkin is good.
Yep.
But pumpkin pie is really like a cake. It's not a pie.
It's more like cheesecake more than anything else.
Yeah, which is a cake.
Right? No.
Top tier dessert.
Cheesecake is elite for sure.
Lemon meringue.
What even is cinnamon pie?
It's like the old Gaffigan joke. He's like, what is fruit pie? It just feels like they shoved everything that was on the table into a pie. There you
go.
Yeah, I don't know. There's just not a whole lot going on until someone does something.
I was like, we should actually just end this. That way the Avs
get things rolling for sure.
Yeah, and then we'll jump back on an emergency pod.
It doesn't work like that because the universe knows we're ending it for that reason. Our motives are impure.
Rudo, just take us out.
Yeah. We're done. Avs, sign somebody. All right, we're back.
We have to hang out for a few more minutes because we're gonna get some dev camp updates.
Okay, cool. We can wait for Megan then.
I can bounce out then. She's coming.
Do whatever you
Wow,
want. to
it's
do.
like
many
that.
No,
Megan's showing up, so Evan's like, "Oh no way,
many
I have to
heads.
get out of here."
Get out of here.
You put a fifth person in here.
That was messed up.
You can fit 10 in here, in fact.
Oh god, it's gonna be Brady Bunch at some point. Like 8 people on the screen, just like looking up at each other.
Yeah.
$2 more from Mitch, who said for ruffling feathers over max discount.
It's nothing against Megan at all. There's nothing happening, so I figured
You have to say that.
you got to bounce out.
Well, I was actually even going to sit there and be like, all right, well, right before you said that, I was going to be like, all right, well, I might actually jump off here. And then you said that about Megan, and then Evan got
I'll
dragged.
leave and just
Oh,
have
no, I'm
Megan
hanging
get
out.
on. And talk
Megan alone.
I guess I'm alone now.
Yeah. Your tweet of that was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I had to do that to you. All right, but the porn bots are here now again, so I'll probably bounce out. AZ.
Yeah.
Popping up on
I mean,
screen.
I'm assuming AJ and I'll hang out, but if other people gotta go, you can go.
Yep,
I'll be here.
All right,
Oh.
look at that. Megan's here.
it's my time.
Megan's
to leave.
here, and then
Hello.
Evan's just like
I said Megan's coming. I'm leaving.
very awkwardly,
No.
like gotta go.
No. Why?
I don't know how to talk to women.
It's impressive that you have a kid then.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, I don't.
That was not about talking.
That's amazing.
That was all about using that couch.
Okay, so Megan drew the short stick and had to go be at dev camp all day instead
I
of
loved
watching
it.
free agency. Oh, there you go.
I love
Perfect.
it. Being back in a rink awakened something in me.
Well, I hope it was an interesting day of dev camp and not a bunch of awful skating drills, at least.
I still felt like it was interesting, but it was a lot of really rudimentary drills.
Yeah.
A lot of emphasis on defensive drills today. Gap control, defending
That's
on the run.
disappointing because they only have like one defenseman there. That's really, I guess, two
Relevant.
defensemen because they've got Chris Romaine there as well. But they
That
only
was
have
who
2
they-
drafted kids there.
That was who the media availability was. So interesting people to watch, definitely Barons, but also Wyatt Ahmet because he's at least a fixture with the Eagles at minimum. So he was somebody interesting to look at.
How's my guy Sean Barons?
I honestly didn't look at him very much today because I've seen him play hockey. So I was trying to focus on other people.
I've seen him actually play the game, so I was watching other people do drills.
Yeah.
Right, I don't need to see
This is
Sean
dev
do drill.
camp in a shell.
But it was useful to look at other people. Get a feel for Chris Romaine. He was who was available to media after.
All right, so what'd you think?
Super nice kid. One of those really too early to tell anything because he's several years out from us knowing what his ceiling might look like. But he's on a good track. He'll go to the Omaha Lancers next year, and then he'll go to Providence, and we'll probably check back in after a year or two of college and see where he's at. But good head on his shoulders.
So you had the defensive side. I know they're defensive drills, but any of the forwards stand out at all?
You guys are gonna hate me. Cameron Wright.
Okay.
Shock. I would also say Cam Wright should stand out. He's 23 years old. If he's not standing out at a camp full of like 19 and 20-year-old kids, there's a problem there. So he should look a little more polished.
No, I mean Ben Myers too. And then the
Always.
kind of the Grizzlies, the Luke Tardif and Taryn Pfizer, especially together, their passing sequence, you could tell they've played together. And when they're separated, you could see there's a little more learning happening.
Always have to ask about him, but Taylor McCarr, did he do a thing other than just look like a McCarr with those really broad shoulders?
With those really broad shoulders. It was neither good nor bad. I'm trying to think.
So we talked to him yesterday. They brought him out for availability. And look, he's not Cale Makar. And honestly, he looked in the bottom half of the guys who were out there yesterday for me. With that, though, after he talked, or after the sessions were over, and he got up and talked to some of the media, he said, like, look, I'm here to learn. I'm here to get better and take what I'm doing here back to UMass to get better, to improve. I've already filled up a notebook with stuff just in 2 days of film that they've broken down for me, my mechanics and different things I need to do. So he's like, I'm here to get better. So at Taylor Makar, like, for me, I like that he's aware, like, hey, I'm a ways out. I have things to do to get better. But yeah, he looks a ways off from being a pro player to me.
I mean, is that the reality for most of this dev camp? Outside of Barons, really, or any of these guys, do they feel that close to really taking the next step?
Myers.
Oh yeah,
Myers there for sure.
You almost forget that he's a part of this conversation. He's definitely an outlier.
He looked bored immediately yesterday. They started doing drills where you had to carry. They wanted guys to work on carrying pucks in awkward movements, and he was just like cruising along. Everybody else, stumbling along. Some guys are cheating by trying to skate really fast, and Ben Myers just doing what he's got to do. He just looks like he's on a different level. So that is a dude that it's like we should really just X him out of all conversations, because let's be real, it doesn't matter how he does. Like, training camp will be his next big moment for the Avs.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat sparked my memory too, but Ambrosio is there in, I think, the way that he was utilized at BC this last year, his production was really effective for like a third line center role. And in dev camp, his passing sequences did stand out as better and stronger than others.
I imagine, from what I've watched of him, a day of defensive drills, probably not his best day.
No, I'm trying to remember who stood out within the forward group with some impressive defensive choices. I took actual notes because my computer was dying. So I'll have to go through that afterwards and do a little bit of a notebook.
There you go. Just another reason to subscribe to DNVR right there.
That's right.
A Megan notebook on Dev Camp. I'm assuming we'll be out later today.
I'm going to hide some Easter eggs in there too with exclusive content.
All right, I'll take Easter eggs over knives.
There could be both. There's no problem.
Porque no los dos.
Exactly.
Cool, guys. I'm actually going to jump out of here a couple minutes early. But yeah, I look forward to jumping back onto the emergency pod in 11 minutes when they inevitably sign Chad as we all leave.
That's how it's going to go for sure. But yeah,
I'll talk to you guys here soon.
Take it easy, Jesse. Or
I don't want. I almost ended the broadcast.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay. So someone asked about Steinberg too. He was there, but he was not participating. He was just in street clothes.
That I don't. You messaged me about it. I don't know what's up. He was skating yesterday, so I don't know what the deal is there.
I thought too that Cronin might be the media availability today because of some things that were being said, and I was definitely going to ask him if it was him because he would get a kick out of me asking about injuries even in the off season. But I don't know that it's anything injury related. I'm just curious what kept him out, still watching, participating from the bench at least.
Why show up to dev camp and be held out of the on ice work if it's not an injury?
Right. I didn't have a great guess.
So, I don't know. Maybe we'll ask tomorrow. We'll just see how he's doing, if he just tweaks something. Because it's pretty common that guys at these things, because they are doing a lot of movements and motions that they're uncomfortable with, guys pull hamstrings and groins and stuff like this all the time at these camps. So some of them get a little, hey, I'm just not going to participate tomorrow or
I
whatever.
do wonder, altitude sickness, things like that, with it being in Denver.
That's a great point.
And most of these guys, like, they don't get here and hang out here. They get here. Camp started on Tuesday. They did physicals on Monday.
Yep.
They got here either Monday or Sunday night and took physicals. That was it.
So could be a handful of things for sure. Is there anything specific you wanted to talk about from it, Megan?
No.
Okay.
I'll gather my thoughts for the notebook, but it's Dev Camp. There isn't anything jumping off the page at me that the people must know.
How was Klippenstein?
Great, super nice.
He's a very nice
wanted
man.
to ask him so many more questions, but he was a really gracious interview and gave me as much as he could in that format.
Oh, were you guys doing scrum?
Yeah. I know. That's why I had more questions that I wanted to ask him. It's not anything that, without the answers to these questions, I can't write anything, but I just wanted to get a little deeper. They were kind of questions that build off of each other.
Yeah. Can be tough to do in that format where everybody likes to just
jump in. Yep.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing I want to talk about. My turn.
All right. Have you followed the free agency at all while you were there, Megan, or are you focused in?
I actually did follow along. It kept me distracted at points too. But I feel like I'm pretty up to speed with what's been happening today.
All right.
AJ's face makes it seem like something else just happened.
No, just Kevin Cheveldayoff said that while they've got things going on, he's mostly comfortable with the team that he has. And it's like, the team that missed the playoffs?
Yeah, well, Winnipeg's never been a destination for anything, so
probably not great.
Megan, what are your thoughts on the Avs day so far? Obviously, haven't really done anything significant externally. If you want to go to the Eagles route, you can talk about Hudon, and then obviously internally getting Lehkonen and Manson done today, and Darren Helm as well.
I'm excited about Helm because I kind of assumed it was one or the other with Cogliano and Helm. So to see them run it back is nice to see. It kind of just feels like, I think the reaction a lot of people are having is that every contract has come in just a little bit higher than they were expecting. And I feel like that's the Stanley Cup champion inflation rate. So I'm excited to have both Helm and Cogliano back, especially together to reunite that fourth line. And Lehkonen, I expected that to get done. I was pleasantly surprised with the number for Lehkonen's contract. I actually feel like that was one that came in lower than I was expecting. And I'm glad it felt like I was waiting all day for that one to come through. Now, what's the other one I'm missing?
Manson.
I was looking at other free agent targets outside, say Manson doesn't get done, and you'd either be sacrificing something defensively or paying a higher price. So I just felt like he was one of the best options available. So even though he's another one where the price comes in just a little higher than I was expecting, I'm still satisfied with it. I saw what he was able to do within the F system in just a year's time. So I think it's only going to be better next year. And I'm really excited kind of at the reunion, too, of what pieces are going to be returning next year collectively.
I really like the idea that Andrew Cogliano and Darren Helm are like the old guy best friends.
Us.
Who are just like hanging out on the fourth line, like going out, just smoking dudes on random shifts and being like,
roll back to the bench and be like, back in our day.
Yeah, right?
You didn't even have to wear a visor.
Remember when we scored 35 points a year?
They remind each other to take their pills before the game. Oh,
That's,
shit.
that's
So
doing
sounds
like the cross elbow Metamucil drops in between periods.
I was going to
pretty
ask again,
positive.
what'd you think of Jonas Johansson coming back?
Super shocked, but I feel like this is setting up for Eustace backup role Eagles, is where I'm guessing that's going to come to fruition. In that case, too, it's a veteran netminder behind Eustace. I could get on board with that, but I just did not see it coming.
Yeah, definitely an obsession for the Avs, to say the least.
It's one of those moves where you're like, it happens, and you're like, really? And then you think about it, and you're like, I get it. They love this guy.
They
Like
must.
the only team out there that loves them, and the only reason he got
sounds like
claimed.
the nicest guy.
I mean, he was just so happy
Yes.
and like just hanging out, right? Like he was a lovable individual, and then the Avs beat Florida, and Florida got big mad about it, and like anger claimed him.
Yeah,
And-
They played him in that
anger
one game.
claimed him. You're right. It did feel retaliatory.
yeah, because it happened the
We're
night
gonna kill
before,
him.
and they claim him, and it was like, man, it was so shitty, right? Like it was, we're claiming your goalie now, and it was like, oh, tough guys over here. And then he played 2 games for the Panthers with a .766 save percentage and a 7.74 goals against average.
Yikes.
So that went well.
Yeah, it's been a weird day. I think there's a very decent chance you could see us back on in a few hours.
Oh yeah, it slowed big time. They said Z might be making a decision soon. That was the only thing that's come up.
Jeez.
You're very personally invested in that.
Yeah.
And I'll probably leave on that one actually.
I like that we bullied you into staying an extra like 15
Yeah,
minutes.
you're still here. You're about to leave.
I haven't eaten once today. I was going to go eat.
Oh my
Well,
gosh.
Unless anyone has anything else to add, I think we're gonna wrap this long one up. We've been live over 5 hours, so I
Oh my
think
gosh,
it's
yeah,
a
I
good
just saw the
place
time
to
in the corner.
call it. Any final thoughts so far?
Like where they've started out, but they've
Work
got
to
a
do,
really big
yeah.
question mark in the middle of their lineup still.
Yeah.
And until that gets answered, this is all very incomplete.
Okay, so unable to grade them just yet. Megan, you've been on for like 15 minutes. Anything else you wanted to say?
No, nothing pressing.
All right, there you go. So Megan's gonna go write a notebook. Everyone go read that. I'm sure she'll have some of the
Someone-
Wycliffe
Megan and my
stuff in there.
couches line up actually. Somebody said
Yeah, I was gonna
That
say
is so funny.
it's actually very bizarre how they're
one couch to
I
rule them all.
Yeah, I feel like the Avs at this point are maybe looking at those middle guys and waiting for the market to slow down to get a deal.
Okay. On that note, we're going to end this thing. We appreciate all of y'all hanging out and all the super chats today. It's always awesome to do days like this and see the crazy turnout you guys have for us. But we're going to wrap this one up. When the Avs do something, if it's big, you can catch us going live, emergency style or otherwise. We will talk to you whenever we see the next one.